If you got a very heavy crop where you're doing single pick, double pick, then you may have to slow down slightly to use the autofill so that you're not overfilling the flats or rugs.
Are those green berries bothering everybody right now?
Yeah.
Just checking, just seeing if you guys are on the ball.
Any questions on the autofill system?
Are there plans to have it for a flat to adjust it? Or is that just, you guys have tried?
Well, we have tried. So one of the issues is the space that they take. So the physical dimensions of it, the autofill is already taking up space on the deck. If we make it wide and big enough to handle flats, then it's going to take that much more space. And it is, unfortunately, there are a lot of people that only do lugs. There's a lot of people that do flats and lugs. There's almost nobody that does only flats. And trying to make one system that can do flats and lugs, I'm not going to say that it can't be done, but the cost and the complexity of doing it makes it unlikely. But I'll never say never. You never know what'll happen. But one of the things that we're seeing with the lugs, we're seeing more options as far as the sidewalk height and such. So we're seeing more of the industry going away from flats and going towards lugs with the short wall. So
There's lots of options. They got 10 pound, 20 pound, 30 pound, and
exactly.
Most guys are going to the stackable lugs now.
Correct. But unfortunately, there's been a lot of investment with flats, and it's going to take a while to work those through the system.
Yeah.
Yep. One thing that we have found, because a lot of the processors are using both, and if you let them know that you need lugs, they're usually pretty accommodating. Not always, but usually. So Fleet Command, it is a cellular system for data. Basically, if you can see it on the screen when you're driving the machine, you're capable of seeing it on your phone, iPad, desktop, whatever. You can see engine parameters, temperature, fuel level, all of the conveyor systems. You can see what speed they're running at, the fans and such. So again, if you can see it from the cab or from the driver's seat, you can see it with the Fleet Command system. And the flat weighing system, lug weighing system, is also available tied into that. And what you can do is put in that you are in block C and row 12, and it will log all the weight that is picked on that row, as long as you change the row. It requires your input as to what it's doing. So you could measure it by block. If you just want to measure what you did on that specific block, you could do that. If you want individual rows, you have to punch in an individual row at the end of each, or else it continues recording for the last row that was programmed into it. But not a true yield monitoring, but it does help with collecting data on what you're harvesting. So what's next? I don't have any great pictures, any video or anything, but we've been working on a system, we call it Berry Sense. It's a series of cameras mounted on the machine. We're getting pictures of the plant going into the machine, pictures of the plant coming out the back, and also up on top in the 2 filling stations running across the inspection belt. And essentially what it's doing is it's seeing how many blueberries there are, how many green berries, how many red berries. And it uses that data to self-adjust the machine. So from the operator station, you can tell it that how much you're happy with. So if you're seeing too much green, you can say reduce green, and it will change the parameters automatically on the machine to reduce the amount of green. Been in the field with it for the past couple of years. We will have several machines running with that system in 2026, including one here at the OSU research station. So plug for Scott, they got a field day here in July, and they'll be running that machine the entire season. If anybody wants to come and see it, you're certainly more than welcome. I'll be able to provide more information on it at that time.
So does it adjust the ground speed also, or just the head speed?
It can adjust the ground speed. Any other questions?
Yeah, there's somebody online, Bill, on the chat asked, with 10-foot rows on center, is it too wide?
No, it is 10 feet 6 inches wide down low, which basically means that we're hanging over 3 inches on either side. And I have not had any customer that has ever said that that was an issue for them. I understand that it is bigger than your 10-foot, and some people may see that as not optimal, but we basically took that extra 6 inches and put it into the tunnel. Just get a bigger tunnel and a bigger picking head, which we felt that outweighed the 3 inches on either side. Any other questions?
I mean, I have a whole bunch right here, but
Sure.
I'm gonna let other people talk too.
Go ahead, Julie, hit me.
Okay, so past or current new clients, what are some creative ways that they are tightening their belts when it comes to using the harvester?
Well, I tell you the number one way that they're tightening their belts is they're going away from hand harvesting to machine harvesting. So that's the number one way that we're seeing people tightening down if they do it. Those of you that have heard me speak, and then I'm trying not to go that direction because this is a caneberry conference, but when I give talks on blueberries, I spend a lot of time talking about how I personally like to see it adjusted. How the research has shown us that we get the best results when we're doing fresh market picking, which usually means, and this is kind of counter what most people believe, but there's value in speeding up. The green berries that you were seeing in the one video, I tell you that my first go-to when I see too many green berries is dry faster. So that dwell time has always been counterproductive on picking green. So the more you can reduce that dwell time, and then when you're wanting to pick out the center of the plant, the blackberry bush, and you're trying to get those to get dislodged and come out, being able to run your picking head at a higher speed so that the energy is getting transferred into the plant, but also driving faster so that you're not dwell time is strokes in any given area. And if you're speeding the head up and you're going the same speed, then your dwell time is essentially increasing. So turning up the head speed, but also in turn turning up the speed that the machine is driving is going to reduce your green and increase the productivity of the machine.
Well, like even with black caps right there, when they're stuck on and trying to peel them off, you still agree with that?
Yes, that's why you need to do it, because it doesn't work to have the heads going very slow because you don't get enough energy in it.
Mhm.
You tickle a few of them off, but then you go in and you start looking through the plant and you see all the stuff that you left behind. You got to get enough energy into the plant. And so I'll just, a common scenario. When I'm doing demos with people that have historically hand harvested, have just done a little bit of machine picking. And their first reaction is, oh my gosh, we're picking green. And, yeah, absolutely, that's additional yield that's being lost. But the first reaction is always, let's say you started out picking at a mile an hour and you got your head speed turned at 400 RPM and you're harvesting and you're seeing too much green fruit. Usually the first reaction is turn the head speed down to 350, turn it down to 300. And then they get to where they are semi-happy with the amount of green fruit that they're seeing. And then they go around and they're looking back and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm leaving too much fruit behind. So now they're slowing the speed down. So by the time we're done, we're picking at 0.6 miles an hour. The head speed is running at 275 RPM and your productivity has just dropped. What I'm saying is, instead of your first reaction being, let's turn everything down, speed up. Reduce the dwell time. And I guarantee you that the percentage of ripe fruit to green fruit will improve. Now, there's always a situation that isn't the case, but don't go to the go-to of turn everything down. There's absolutely value in running at a higher speed to reduce green fruit. Right, Scott?
Yeah, you gotta go 1.5, go 1.5. That's the speed you need to go.
So
Okay.
Bill online has another question, but if there's one in the room,
Well-
I'll hold off.
Well, let me just expand on that one bit. So, with that said, I've had my ass kicked in fields. Last year, there was a really, really good price on fresh market fruit, early seeding. And people were going out there and trying to get into the field and pick really, really early to hit that high price market, and went in there with machines. There's times that a machine just cannot do what you can do with a hand. And, there's certain circumstances that if you're just trying to hit that very, very early market and there's, 40%, 50% blue on the bush and the majority of it is green, it's tough. And sometimes the price that you're getting makes it worthwhile to do it and lose some of that green. But in general, if it is the right time, if you have the timing right, then typically I like to see a higher speed so that you can reduce the amount of.
You may have just answered Bill's question.
Okay.
Bill online, did he answer your question? He put at 40% ripe. Is it even okay to go in? But we were just talking about this, so.
It's funny because I'm specifically talking about last year, because I tell you that I've had a lot of successes, and I had 2 separate customers that went in super early last year. And I showed up there thinking that, okay, yep, we're going to make this work. And I had to tell both of them, I'm like, we just can't do this. Yeah, well, we can do this if you can accept this, and but we're not going to get any better than this. So, unfortunately, we can't always work magic.
Okay, another question. So we just saw a recall for fruit come through the news channels. What do you think that are some of the pain points on a harvester that aren't always considered and you want to emphasize for good food safety practices on that machine?
Well, I'm going to preface this with, this is not my expertise.
Sure, that's fair.
I work with a lot of customers. I see the different levels of what they're working with. We everything that we do with the machine, whether it's stainless, it is painted, or the soft surface materials that we are using, the belt material on the interlocks belts and such, all of that is considered food safe material. And like in the case of the fabric of the soft catch, that one was really difficult because so many softer materials absorb moisture, and anything that absorbs moisture is going to get bacteria into it. So coming up with materials that did not absorb and would not hold Listeria bacteria within it, and had durability was tough. Figuring out the system was 50% of the problem. The other 50% was finding out something that was going to work in food grade situations. But I tell you, if you just keep the machines clean, history shows us, because there's hundreds of machines out there doing it for fresh or frozen successfully. So I'd say that by and large, I think as an industry, I think that we're doing pretty well. And obviously, we hate bad press,
For sure.
but I was glad to see that it was 55,000 pounds and not 5 million pounds, because so often that's more of the case. So hopefully it's something that'll be gone here pretty soon.
So I had started this question last year, but I'm going to carry it to this year because we're now a year into perhaps issues with tariffs, perhaps not. But as what parts are of your system and your development and your production have some problems when it comes to tariffs? So is it like the parts replacement, or is it service related?
Well, I can't answer this accurately because I didn't listen to the news this morning, because it usually changes each morning.
Well, maybe the better question is, over the last year, how have you guys worked with?
Yeah,
the
so
changes
we are
that
an international
do?
company. We've got factories in Europe and Brazil and such. We're shipping equipment in many different locations. So this affects us daily. It's the tariff thing was for us a bombshell. And the unfortunate part of it is it isn't just as simple as saying, well, if you just buy domestic, then it isn't going to affect you. Because if industries have been sourcing half of the product from North America and half of it from Europe or China or something, and that half of it is now being tariffed, saying that you will just buy the US stuff isn't going to be tariffed, except for they raise their prices, because you can't. Everybody wants what they have. So, and steel is a perfect example of that. Steel coming in got tariffed. Everybody wanted US steel. Demand went up. Prices went up. So, I guess in a broader sense, for the most part, in North America, if it's North American manufactured, we're not dealing with the actual tariff issue. There are some components. There is very little hydraulics manufactured in the United States anymore. Pumps, motors, a lot of gearboxes and such. There's no North American manufacturers that are making that. So a portion of the cost that's going into the machines is being tariffed, and it has affected prices for that reason. And in some cases, it has affected availability as well, because nobody wants to be paying tariff to put stuff on the shelf, because that just increases your overall cost. So it has absolutely had an effect. We do our best to minimize it.
So how are you guys pivoting?
To the extent that we can, we are trying to stay with North American as much as possible. The berry harvesters is one of our product lines that is exclusively manufactured in the US already. So from that standpoint, it's not hurting us. I can't speak with any certainty on this, but I would tell you that I'm pretty confident that 90% of the steel that goes into it was already North American produced. There's always ends up being an oddball size or something that we need for the design reasons that is easier to source from other places. So I won't, I'm not going to stand here and say it's 100% because that's probably not accurate. But we're always trying to look for opportunities to keep things domestic.
And then any advice to give? I mean, from a parts perspective, I mean, obviously things break down, stuff happens, but
The only thing that I would suggest from a parts standpoint is recognize that there's a lot of machines in the valley. And we do keep a substantial amount of inventory at GK Machine. However, you're one customer walking in the door in front of you from them being out of that stock. You know, if somebody lost 100 picking fingers and knows that they need to replace a bunch of them at the end of the season in their maintenance cycle, and they walk in the door and they're like, I need 100, but since I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and take 1,000. Then that reduces what's available for everybody else for the rest of the season. So I always would suggest that at the very minimum, keep a small stock of wear items, belt sections, keep one bearing and such in stock so that when you are down, you've got on hand what you need to get running, and then utilize the stock that's here in the valley to backfill your inventory.
so it's more of a delay issue and
Well,
versus cost issue.
again, based on what they're stocking, they keep minus like pumps because the factory is just in Linden. So hydraulic pumps we don't keep in the valley. I don't think we have a final net gearbox for the ground drives and such. So those types of items we don't stock here because we can get them out of Linden rather quickly. But most of the moving parts that are involved in the machine, they are stocked. But that doesn't mean that somebody didn't come in the door 2 days before you and order it or take what was sitting on the shelf, and it's on a stock order. It's usually probably about 3 days for them to get a stock order. So it's always a good idea to have some on your shelf so that when you have something break, you can be up and running immediately. If you have a second machine that has the exact same problem, then that should be more of where you'd be being backfilled from what's being stocked here in the valley.
And then cost wise, things have been stable, or have you guys just had to follow the prices?
Prices have increased. In the last 12 months, prices have certainly increased. Yes, sir.
To follow up is that we found sometimes it's not necessarily that you guys can't make it. Sometimes you're outsourcing that, and sometimes your suppliers have cycle times. And so even though it should only be out 2 weeks, if they're not in their cycle when they run it, because it's a specialty product, it's hard to get. So you get surprised sometimes, like, oh yeah, it's usually 2 weeks, but we don't run those for another 6 to 8, and it takes 2 weeks. And so in the middle of the season, that's a problem. I just want to add that if that's true.
Oh, yeah, there's unfortunately, we are a niche equipment manufacturer. And when you're a niche equipment manufacturer, it means that you're using components that may not be mass produced, that are being built 365 days of the year. There are components that when they go to build it, they build a batch of them based on forecasting what they expect to sell. And when they run through those and they're out, they don't start at the factory and start building them again the next day. They've got a schedule that they stay on, and those types of situations do happen. I would also tell you though that we're very good at coming up with alternatives, whether there's a machine sitting somewhere that we can take something off of, or inventory in another part of the country, things like this. So just because the initial answer you get is no, it's extremely rare that we have a machine sitting multiple days in harvest season. We're usually able to come up with what we need to get them up and running.
Julie, just to add to that, the new machines also seem very accessible and not simple, but if we have something go wrong over the last couple of years, a lot of times we can just call Don and Don can just tell us what to do over the phone. We haven't needed a tech every time that something's gone wrong with one of these machines. Even just from like bolt uniformity, things like that have been, it's simplified, I think is the best word, but it's very, very accessible now.
And when we have needed a tech,
There's one around here too.
it's been super quick.
Mhm.
We've been down for an hour before someone is pulling in an Oxbow truck to help get us going again.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not always that fast.
Over the last
Busy spot.
Yeah.
Over the last couple of years, working with Oxbow has been really great for our program. And I feel the fruit quality, we're harvesting blackberry, raspberry, black raspberries, blueberries, all the small fruits. The fruit quality's been super high. And so we've really been impressed with, of course, I'm not advertising for Oxbow, but we've really been impressed with the fruit that's come off and the ease of running the machines. There's a ton of tech in them, but they're super easy to use. We have 17-year-olds who learn to drive the harvester in half a day. And so that I think speaks to the strong design you guys have going.
The technology is actually easier for them than it is for us. But, from a service standpoint, I mean, we certainly try. We always have at least one Oxbow technician in the valley during harvest season. Frequently, there's two. We also have a contractor that we deal with who, based on our agreement, he drops what he's doing otherwise and jumps on helping us when we need additional help. And then GK Machine actually is a third backstop for us. If we've got everybody else busy, they've got service people and they've gone out and helped us out as well. So.
There's one more question from Bill, but I feel like we can have one more question in general before we're on to the next thing. Bill is asking, can the machine into the row at 90%, go into the row at 90% wheel turn, or 3-point turn better? Bill, am I asking that right? Can the machine go into the row at 90% of wheel turn, or is a 3-point turn better to go into the row at?
I would actually say it's rare to do well, no, that's not fair. The important thing, as I'm sure all you realize, you've got to be straight going into the row. There are absolutely times when the row is so tight that you're getting in and then you're having to back up 5 feet to get squared up and then go forward again. But like I was saying earlier, it will just about spin on its inside tire, and it will. I wish I could remember my numbers, but we were in a field this last year and they had an irrigation canal, and I want to say it was 22 feet from the end post. And we were able to come out of those rows and get turned and go back into the field, which I was surprised. I actually was concerned that we weren't going to do it, and it did.
I feel like we need about 20. I've made some really fun turns.
Yeah.
It can be super tight.
It can be, I don't necessarily like that. I mean,
Yeah,
I suppose it'll destroy 25 or whatever, and particularly when you got a canal that's right there and your edge tires that close to it. So you always, in that situation, I strongly recommend the customer have one time to get off the machine and watch every time as they made that turn. But
Machine's like 27 foot long.
yeah, it was turning in less space than the length of the machine.
Yeah.
But it also has that 6 feet of overhang on the back end, so that makes that a little bit easier. So.
And as Dawn mentioned, the field day, OSU field day, and the Caneberry field day will have the machine here. But any other time during the summer, if anyone wants to see it, of course, contact Dawn or any of us at NREC, and we're happy to take you on the machine and show you in action.
And that machine will have the autofill system on it, the berry sense system on it, the scales, the fleet command, all of it on that machine that will be at the research station.
So, but the wheels can turn at 90%.
I agree.
I don't know that it's necessarily 90, it's maybe 80, it's dang close.
All
But,
right,
yeah.
darn close, Phil, you got that? All right, thank you for taking all of our questions
Yep,
and
absolutely.
really appreciate it. So thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone. And yes. Back.
Okay, so we're going to wrap this next hour into a little bit of touring, a little bit of, if you guys, and there were a lot of people at the annual ORBC meeting, and there was tastings that happened there, and so one of the questions there was like, when are we gonna have the results? And so I put Michael to the test on seeing if you could recap some of those results. And then after that, so that's what he's going to do now. And then after that, we are going to, I'm going to back away. There's going to be some tour guides here that are going to take us on the tour of the new facility. And I want you guys to be thinking about when we come back here in an ideal world, you know, from an analysis side of things, what do we want to have analyzed? What don't we want? You know, now's the moment where there are a lot of changes happening on the food chemistry side of things. So why don't we just like add to the chaos instead of doing, you know, the analysis that we've always done, switch it up. So let's, anyway, welcome Michael, and then we'll go from there.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, so I'm going to go over the results of some of the fruit evaluations we've been doing with the berry samples that we harvest out of the breeding trials, and then bring to the ORBC meetings for stakeholders and industry folks to evaluate. So it's kind of a good, you know, segue for the, you know, berry facility tour, because to provide a little background, this used to be something we did in partnership with OSU Food Science, and that's no longer happening. So we're trying to figure out, okay, how do we keep this berry processing effort going? So we can at least be providing some information on fruit quality beyond just yield and field performance on the breeding material coming through the trials that we run here. And the facility that we're going to tour afterwards, that Pat and Scott have been spearheading, you know, getting that constructed. That was really our response to losing the OSU food science side and trying to figure out, okay, how do we do some of this on our own internally within the breeding program? So just to recap some things from, you know, the last year in terms of what's been changing, what's new. 2025 was the first time that we machine harvested most of the blackberries coming out of the trial plots here at OSU NREC. So that was a big deal for us, and being able to use the new Oxbow harvester was a big deal because we're actually seeing some really great fruit quality off of some of our selections coming along compared to, you know, Columbia Star, for example. You know, we keep our trial plots in for 5 years, so 2 establishment years, 3 harvest years. So there's only so many years to really let those fields get going, but our plan is to incorporate new over old cane training. So we're basically trying to make sure for the, you know, material that we're machine harvesting here, it's more reflective of what the fruit, you know, and conditions would be in an actual grower field. In terms of, you know, progress in outfitting the new facility that we're going to tour after this. So the plans are to use a blast freezer for sample processing. So we no longer have a liquid nitrogen freezing system that was at the OSU Food Science pilot plant. But, you know, we thought this would be a happy medium that we could at least get started with that would be better than just putting berries in a freezer. And we also have a walk-in cooler and walk-in freezer for post-harvest screening and storage. And just to provide a little more background, so for this year, for the fruit that we got in 2025, we didn't have the facility up and running fully yet. So our 2025 fruit quality data is actually not IQF. They were individually sorted, but they weren't flash frozen. So they're not actually IQF for this most recent season. But yeah, we're getting there. All right, so some folks might not have seen this. If you've been going to the ORBC meetings, you probably have seen it, but I'm going to recap the 2024 ORBC results and the 2025. So for the 2024, we analyzed about 24 different blackberry types side by side, and these included our trailing floricane material, our semi-erect and erect floricane material, and our erect primocane fruiting material. In terms of how we were doing the surveys, they were a little bit different when we switched over from food science. The main difference being that we kept everything totally blind. So the berry samples weren't labeled with a cultivar or selection ID, because we didn't want to bias people if we could avoid it. So what we saw here was, typically in my first 4 years in the program, we basically always saw Columbia Star and Marion right at the top in terms of what people were scoring highly. This may just be the year, but this was the first, 2024 is the first year that we didn't see everybody put Columbia Star right at the top. So that was interesting to us, made us think, okay, we should probably keep doing this as a blind evaluation. But some of the things that really stood out were we're starting to see erect and semi-erect floricane fruiters that folks were putting the fruit quality on par with some of our best trailing material like Columbia Star. So some of the selections of note, this one that came in at number 1, 5156. We selected this based on what we liked out of the field, which was, it was one of our first almost fully erect blackberries, and showed great yields on par with Celestial, which is probably our best yielding semi-erect blackberry. And this is one that we were already working on getting in nurseries. So we're really excited to see it come in at number 1 in terms of its ranking. Surprised to see Chester place so highly, didn't do as well this last year. But Thunderhead was another one that we were happy to see up there. That was one of our newest cultivars and is a primocane fruiter. Typically, we don't love the flavor on as much, but folks are really liking the IQF quality of Thunderhead. Going down the list a bit, we're seeing pretty much a good smattering or mixture of trailing and erect. So I think for us, what we were really excited about from this first result, this was the first survey we did ourselves at ORBC, was we're starting to see some decent acceptance of non-trailing blackberry fruit quality. And that's exciting for us because one of the big program efforts right now is we're trying to develop semi-erect and erect types, because we tend to see over time, at least among the top performers, higher cumulative yield potential and better plant health out of a lot of them, less year-to-year yield variability. The problem is they're just not on average as early as a lot of folks want, who don't want to be, picking when it's getting into blueberry season. And so a big effort for our program is trying to really select heavily on earliness in these high-yielding erect and semi-erect types, and seeing that folks are liking the fruit quality out of these in terms of how they freeze and how they taste, how they look. That's a really exciting thing for the program. So yeah, just to remind people, for this 2024 result, this was the first year we put on the survey ourselves, but it was the last year these were being processed by the OSU food science folks. So these were IQF, but it was a USDA survey. For 2025, we didn't have blast freezers running yet, so these are non-IQF in this case. We did have a couple of issues with this. Our big issue was we lost our Columbia Star comparison, and we did have a backup sample, but the problem was we tried to make a change. So the previous year in 2024, we noticed a lot of the berries were still half frozen by the time that we actually had them evaluated at the meeting, and that was because we took them out of the freezer that morning. So for the 2025 survey, we decided we would let them thaw overnight, hopefully to see a little more differentiation between the berries in terms of leakage, things like that. But we were missing our Columbia Star comparison, and so we did bring Columbia Star, but it was still frozen at the time of the survey, so we ended up excluding it just because it was kind of a massive outlier. But in terms of the 2025 results, some things that stood out. The number 1 ranking one for the first time ever in the program was a primocane fruiter, which we don't typically see. I think a lot of the time we The issues we see with Primacane fruiters is we tend to have a little bit of residual bitterness in them if they're not some of our best stuff. And they tend to have a little bit larger, woodier seeds. So seeing something like that put right at the top was really great, especially because it was our first Primacane fruiter also that yielded on par with Thunderhead, which has just been blowing everything else out of the water for the last 6 years. Thunderhead still performed quite well, although it wasn't in the top 3 this year. Celestial, so I'll remind people, this fruit quality is our first year of fruit quality based on machine harvest data. And Celestial looked absolutely incredible out of the field. It was basically for us the Columbia Star of the semi-erect material in terms of its fruit quality, how the berries looked coming off the machine harvester. So we're really excited to see not only did the berries coming off the harvester look great, but folks thought that, you know, even a non-IQF frozen berry, the quality was quite good on it. So yeah, Celestial, you know, that's one that we've been really happy to get positive feedback on over the last couple of years. With the caveat that, like a lot of the current semi-erect material, it is really only getting going in mid-July. And so for folks who don't want to be dealing with that when blueberry season is getting going, that could be an issue with that one. But I also mentioned that a big goal of ours is to try to start pushing things earlier to get early July yields off of these semi-erects, hopefully with higher yield potential. And we're also happy to see this 5495 -2 selection here, which we had noted in the field was probably our best fruit quality among a semi-erect type, and it was also an early July semi-erect type. So another one that we're keeping an eye on now, you know. So that was great because if we can get something that can kind of fit into that Columbia Star season, hopefully with better overall yields and better plant health year over year, then we think we're starting to kind of, these are showing signs that we're starting to get there in terms of that semi-erect germplasm. In terms of other stuff, we're also happy to see this 4344 selection ranked quite well. And that's one of the selections that's going, one of 4 selections that's going into the ORBC multi-environment grower trials this year. So that's a promising one in terms of identifying alternatives to Columbia Star in the trailing blackberry space. And finally, this 5367, this one was in the top 2 to 4 in 2024 and 2025. It is an uber firm trailing blackberry. We haven't made a decision on moving it into nursery or not yet, just because the yields have been pretty moderate. But in terms of just having, you know, that great fruit quality, great firmness, it's been really good. We're also kind of surprised, you know, in 2024, we saw Chester come in at number 2. And in 2025, we saw Chester come in second to last. So that kind of variability is a little bit concerning, but you know, that could have been going from non-machine harvest to machine harvest, and it's just not holding up the way we'd like it to. But yeah, so that covers some of the blackberries. I'm going to touch on the raspberries too. So we haven't been bringing as many raspberries as blackberries to the ORBC evaluation these last couple of years, but we've been trying to at least bring a few to represent. So in terms of 2024, we split it into Primacane and Floricane, and we were happy to see our newest Primacane raspberry Finberry. People were loving it for the flavor, and it is just a good looking berry. So it was outcompeting Polka and Heritage. So for folks who, you know, may be interested in some fresh market raspberries, Finberry continues to be up there in terms of how people like the flavor. And one of the original reasons we identified this one to release, or even going back to Chad Finn's time, was that it's a berry that you can actually pick when it's still pink or even pre-ripe with very good flavor, and it'll color up in the cooler to full red with good flavor. And so it kind of offers some flexibility there. And talking to a couple of growers who've been working with it, they say, you know, keeps harvesting with good quality into November. So that was really exciting to hear. And this newest selection is probably our next Primacane cultivar release, 5209-1, also ranked above Polka and Heritage, and we're very happy about that too. On the Floricane side, Mika really showed out in 2024. It was above Wakefield, and the two non-cultivar selections, although we did see this WSU 2130, which we've been trialing here. It's a very, very high yielding, very good looking Flora Caneberry. It's pretty early. We were picking it in mid to late June. It has been a great yield performer here, and WSU is considering releasing it for basically as a more Oregon targeted cultivar because it seems to do better here than Northwest Washington. So that's one we're going to keep an eye on. In terms of this year, we just did Flora Caneberries, and we saw Wakefield and Meeker flip. So Wakefield was at the top and Meeker comparatively was scored relatively low. But what we were really happy to see was we had a couple of our selections that in terms of appearance or flavor, people are really liking. So this 5533-2, people love the appearance and thought it was very low defect, and then put the sweetness and flavor more on par with Meeker. And our 4715, which is actually at nursery, it was the reverse. People really liked the sweetness and flavor, but they thought that the appearance and defects were just a bit above Meeker. And Meeker, didn't look so good this year. Here are a couple of comparisons of Meeker on the left and 4715 on the right on July 1st and on July 8th. So it's been a pretty good machine harvest berry in the program for us. We selected it in 2021 based on how it looked after the heat dome. It seemed to hold up to the damage better than a lot of other raspberries. So we moved into North American plants. It is available. And just to show some of the kind of yield breakdown of those selections I highlighted. So in terms of 2022 Flora Cane trial, which we are harvesting 2024 to 25, you see WSU 2130 among the replicated material, blue Meeker out of the water. And I would put the fruit quality above Meeker for that one. So it's something to keep an eye on coming out of WSU. Down here in the non-replicated, you see 4715-2, that more heat tolerant one. That also performed well in terms of yield. This wasn't the best year for Wakefield, but it did out yield Wakefield, which, when we see Wakefield doing its best is usually our highest yielding. This most recent year in 2025 and the 2023 Flora Cane trial, we also saw 4715-2 perform similarly, about 5.5 tons per acre, beating Meeker and coming close to Wakefield, but this was a good year for Wakefield. When Wakefield's doing its best, we don't see too many things outperforming it. But yeah, folks are looking for a Flora Cane raspberry to try out, and they have a little bit of heat tolerance. That's one that I would recommend trialing alongside some of the current material. Going forward, so we're really looking to get back to where we were with food science, because they were also doing Brix and acidity testing on these berry samples. So we weren't able to do that this last year, but our goal is to reintroduce Brix acidity because it sounds like that is useful for the industry. We just haven't decided if that's going to be up here or if that's going to be back on campus. So that's kind of still to be determined. And then potentially introducing some firmness and post-harvest testing. I think this would initially just be focusing on selections that are of most interest to growers, like our advanced selection material that's at the nursery. Or, every summer we have folks coming out to take a look at the selections. If they spot something they like, that they're interested in planting on their field and they want to know, okay, what's the fresh market potential on this? We are willing to try to generate some more in-depth data, in terms of post-harvest durability, firmness, skin toughness, on at least a subset of these selections where people really want that deeper dive into how they look. So yeah, that's some of the stuff we're going to be trying to bring in as this facility gets developed and start moving our activities in there. Yeah, so that's what I've got. Any questions?
No.
What is I2F?
Individual quick frozen.
Individual. Thank
Yep.
you.
So what we would be doing wouldn't quite reflect what would happen, in an actual IQF tunnel. That's a little more than we can set up here ourselves, but since we're working with small berry samples, like I said, that 2025 data from the ORBC meeting I was showing, we were concerned because those were just individually sorted and put into a freezer for processing. But a lot of those fruit samples, still looked quite good. And if we can so I think what we're looking at doing is using a commercial blast freezer where you can get the fruit down to temperature within 20 to 30 minutes, for these small batch samples that we're running. And based on what we saw with just non-IQF fruit this last year, I'm thinking that should be pretty good, at least just for the research level for now. But that was a little more than you asked for.
On the raspberries, you showed a yield graph, but with the blackberries, you did not. Is there a yield graph available on those
Yeah, those
blackberries?
are all in the ORBC report that we submit each year. So if there are specific selections that, you're interested in, I could dig up those individual graphs. But if you go on the ORBC website, all of those reports are listed and downloadable. So you can get all of that data just from the website. If you want like even fever information, you want like season yield curves so you can see, earliness, lateness, things like that. We can provide that on request too.
Is Colshan planned to be in your mix at some point?
We should probably talk to them. Yeah, just to see if they'll allow us to plant it. So we have a pretty good relationship with, the Enfield folks. So they're willing to send us with field and do the material transfer agreement with those. But yeah, we still got to figure out if Mayberry will let us do that.
Any final questions before we giddy up and go on our tour?
How are you guys measuring firmness?
So we've been testing a few different devices. Right now, we have this thing, it's called a Fruit Firm 1000, and it's like a turntable that has these plungers with like a kind of a flat disc that come down. And that measures like whole berry compression force. And then we've also been doing a penetrometer test, which is more of a needle probe that does puncture force. And then we also have a durometer, which is, it doesn't even puncture, it just has this little like thumb thing that presses into the drupelets, and it's more of like a skin elasticity resistance kind of test. And then for raspberries, we have a fourth metric that doesn't apply to blackberries, but for raspberries, druplet cohesion, because the receptacle isn't in the middle of the berry when you harvest them. Those druplets are just holding on to each other, not to a central receptacle. So I came up with a fourth test, which is like a pull force test, where you have these two little probes go into the raspberry, and then you're measuring the pull force it takes to shear the druplets apart. So for blackberry, what we found in terms of what correlates best with like post-harvest and leakage is probably the penetrometer test, because the whole berry compression, sometimes you get berries where like if you squeeze it in your hand, it feels pretty firm, but if you machine harvest it, it'll still leak. And we have things where if you squeeze it in your hand, it feels a little bit soft, then you machine harvest it and it doesn't leak. So I'm kind of leaning more towards skin toughness as a better predictor of machine harvest quality and post-harvest than just whole berry kind of firmness. So I think, if we were going to prioritize one, I would probably go with the penetrometer test. If we're doing raspberries, the druplet shearing test is also super useful. But we can do all four of those. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, Scott.
A question maybe more for the group. Does anyone know what a retailer, when they get a clamshell or they're evaluating intake of fruit, is there any test for firmness? And I guess the analog would be in blueberry, there's a handheld test, the backslow, that they would check for firmness. Does anyone know if retailers look at incoming fruit firmness of blackberry?
For fresh or for
Fresh.
processed?
I know this is a smaller market, but does anyone look at fresh firmness on the retail side? On intake. So we know that
Oh,
Costco
yeah.
has a threshold for blueberry firmness using a backslow hand meter.
So when we were at Driscoll's with the NARBA tour and we were watching fresh come in, yes, they were testing for fresh firmness at the dock.
With
But-
a,
I think they were.
Who else was
I think they
there?
were using a durometer, which is the backslow.
okay.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't like a round machine.
Yeah, it wasn't like, it wasn't like a fruit firm type setup. It wasn't like a penetrometer type
No.
setup. It was like a handheld kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Michael. We're gonna come back to this and talk a little bit more about quality and wants for analysis, but we can bundle up and head out. Pat?
Yep.
Scott's here too.
I will
It's great
go
that
there.
you're here.
Everybody's there.
Either of you wanna lead the tour and kind of
Yeah.
go from there?
Yeah, so we'll just walk out those side doors and kind of head back, follow Pat and I.
And then for people on Zoom, we are going to try and have this. And so if you guys want to pin NDF tour, we're naming a person on a phone. Rich will be on his phone. And we're gonna probably, depending on our ability to have connectivity there, it may be viewed or maybe not. So
It's just,
with us, we're
I mean, I would say,
so then you guys aren't just left.
on average, we got like 26
Sound
to
good?
30 responses per selection, and it looked like it was. I think we were getting too many.
Yeah, I sounded.
Okay, everyone. I'm on Zoom here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Rich.
Okay, thank you, Abby.
No problem.
Okay, just give us a second here. We're everyone's still getting out the doors.
And just a
All right, we're
reminder,
waiting.
Rich, try to move slower than you normally would for the folks on
Yeah.
camera.
Okay, you said walk slower.
Yeah, and especially when you're doing panning and stuff.
Okay, gotcha. I'll walk fast as I go there. Then whenever I get in the building, I'll try to go slower for you guys.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Abby, are they able to make it bigger on the screen?
Hey, Bill. Yeah, we are trying to make the screen
Oh,
a
yeah.
bit larger.
That looks better.
Is this a
Okay.
little bit better, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a little better, Rich. Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
Yep.
I think it will also help on your personal view if you make sure that you're looking at the speaker setting rather than the gallery setting.
Yeah. We're not running food. Is it raw or is it? We will be. No, the seed. Is it? Yeah. It was just. Yeah, yeah. And then we played it outside, so we had to move it. Yeah, yeah.
Don't wait till more people get over.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple more people coming trickling in, but I feel like those.
Perfect now, Abby.
Perfect. I'm happy to hear that, Bill. Thanks, Lockhart.
The dry well, they digging it over there. So we're running this, they're running some.
Okay, I think.
So we're just waiting on a few more to.
Very
we go.
informal show of the space. As we walked over, you saw there's a couple buggies parked. That's where we used to do our work. It worked really great for a lot of years. However, we have a new responsibility of doing the IQF and the processing that Michael mentioned. And we're in the infancy of that process as well, what he mentioned. So in the summer of 2025 was the first summer that the traditional operation of OSU Food Science wasn't a part of the cooperative breeding. So traditionally, we would harvest our fruit here. Samples would go to campus. They would IQF it. They would run fruit chemistry and then feed that data back to the geneticists. That didn't match their long-term strategic plan. So we then were put in a position where it was, we're sorting outside, but now we have to process. So what do we do? Do we contract out? Didn't turn out to be a feasible option. Do we process on campus? Not feasible as well. There's no space there. So we decided that it was best to do that in-house here at NREC. So we leveraged some funding that we had through the USDA, through our individual program research account, and we built this structure. It was existing gravel garage bay, and it doesn't look like a whole lot, but it's an accomplishment for getting it done in the time that we did through not asking any of the commissions for funding. So what this will be is where we will do our cooperative breeding program sorting, which is traditionally outside, and it will also be where we do our physiology work as well. So we'll unload our fruit, the harvester will back up here, and we're still setting it up. It's not done. We haven't used this facility. The construction literally just finished. So as you can see, there's still plastic on the tables and pallets on the inside. But we have a new walk-in fridge and a walk-in freezer. So we can do storage trials, long-term storage of the fruit. We'll do all of the sorting of the messy fruit. So caneberries will be outside. Sorry, Michael. Blueberry sorting could be inside because it's a lot cleaner. So we'll do sorting out there. Then the path will bring into here the selections that will be deemed will go into a post-harvest or the IQF process. We'll clean them in here. We have a blast freezer, which, as Michael mentioned, isn't an IQF tunnel, but a tunnel would be useless for us because we're running such small quantities of fruit. So we will have a blast freezer, which was the same process that was done for the past 10 years at OSU Food Science. It's 40 below, so it freezes extremely rapidly. Then from there, we will be able to store the fruit, as I mentioned, in the walk-in freezer. And then what that will provide is we're not shipping the fruit down here to campus to process, doing it in-house. And then when we have events like this in the future, we'll be able to have our samples here on site. So when you're up at these type of events, you have our tastings here at the Caneberry Field Day. When folks come out to tour the fields, we'll have our different selections that you could trial here as well. Yes.
How's it being sorted the fruit?
Hand sorted. Yep. Good old fashioned hands. We would like to move to optical sorting, but that would really only be for blueberry. And there's no way financially that we could get a sorting mechanism for all the crops. So we work strawberry, blueberry, blackberry, raspberry. Thank you. So, Pat, Amanda, anything you want to add for this? You're more than welcome to walk around. It's not much. It's a building, but what it will allow again is for us to be doing the IQF process, representative of what the industry needs, and providing that data that Michael just shared, providing that.
Yeah, so the split program is the challenging part now, that we have a separate blueberry, strawberry, and a caneberry program, getting both those programs to cooperate and communicate with each other. Last year, we were able to do about 125 frozen process samples for each program. We did about 100 blackberries and 25 raspberries. We could probably, that was our capacity last year. I think we could probably increase that capacity a little bit this year. Now, with last freezer, we can freeze either 20 or 25 collections at a time, and they're solid in 30 to 45 minutes. Last year, we had to spend half a day moving things in and out of the freezer. So we could potentially increase that number depending on what the breeders want to do, what the crops look like, that kind of thing. But yeah, we're excited to have it rolling.
So feel free to poke around. Julie, I don't know how much time is allotted for this, but
No, we're like another, I mean, for the rest of this entire segment, so we could always do some of the quality discussion points even here too, before we walk back, or we can hang here for at least 10 minutes.
so you can come in and see. Yeah.
You plan on that.
Yeah. And the reason why last year, we had this glass freezer last year, but it requires 220 3-phase, and there's no 3-phase power here. So we couldn't run it. So all of our fruit was just frozen in a reach-in freezer. So after spending a lot of money with electricians, we now have 3-phase, so we could run this plus an additional on that. We have a phase converter that's on the wall, and yeah, we have a lot of electrical capacity for upgrading in the future if we need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we need to, in an emergency, if that goes down, we have a small one. So we could still be running some samples on a smaller scale if we need to, if it drops in the middle of the summer.
And then the unit back behind here, right outside the door, what is that? Anything with water or air?
That's air. So back out here, this is our crate washer. So we could, all of the lugs that we run through after sorting, we could put them through the crate washer. We could put disinfectant if we need to, or sanitizer. So we could run these somewhat at a commercial level, but on a demonstration scale.
So you don't clean the fruit is basically
Just strawberries.
oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's a challenging, sorry. It's challenging because we're trying to mimic what is done at a commercial level, but we're in this micro level, this size. So any equipment we get, or we try to, like I said, try to mimic what they do in a commercial level, we have to find a miniature version of it. And so that's why the tunnel isn't appropriate for us. That's why a commercial crate washer wouldn't be appropriate. So finding these type of research grade equipment, it's a bit of a challenge.
Anybody have some like suggestions or advice as you see this phase? Considering the constraints that they're under?
Sorting especially would be welcome.
What was your thought on the sorting process? Sorry, Alan, we'll cut you off.
Well, we are just hand sorting basically. And it would be nice to do something that's more representative, but.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Pat Penny would be one.
Don't tell these guys that they finally changed away from that, so.
Oh, I didn't say anything about birds. Yeah. Thank you. Good discussion. How are other folks sorting their, or cleaning their fruit? I know there's not a commercial cleaning, but what comes off the harvester goes to the packer and then very small scale sorting equipment.
I guess generally for keeping from like sort of doing reporting and everything here. Are you able to keep up low temperature in here throughout the process?
We'll be able to drop it, yeah, we could keep it cool. All the fruit before we do the active wet, we will bring it to the walk-in cooler temperature and then freeze it. And we'll try to get it to the sorting pretty quickly. Actually, we're gonna sort the next day. We're gonna take the fruit out of the harvester, identify the selections that will be processed, put those crates into the lugs, into the walk-in, and then pull them the next day, sort and freeze.
So you're getting cooled down within an hour. That's what my. How quickly can you? I'm always the bottleneck.
And it depends on what plot. If it's the first plot we harvest in the day, then that's clearly gonna ride the harvester until we're done. And we have to unload, get our yields on it, and then Michael's evaluation. So there's a two-step process that we hope this gets streamlined. So we're working on streamlining it and making it quicker, but
That's the goal.
yeah.
I guess, Michael, do you think that impacts the fruit quality at the end of the day? Like you have the first variety in the day that you is sitting on you're driving along. Definitely, and you know, 20 harvest. Might start on one. Might be. That might be. We haven't looked at trying to use. Well, I'm sure there is. I mean, like quality more is just something. Roasted, great. Mine. Well, pallet in the floor of the back up, Michael, floor of the back up. I don't know if there's anyone being paid.
Yeah. Because in a commercial setting, that the fruit come off the harvester, be loaded into some truck and then probably driven somewhere, so. Moving around a bit also. Questions, suggestions, concerns? Obviously, there's not much to see now, but in the season, once we're actually running through, once we figure out our workflow, the field days will have a much better example of how this really is, how it functions. Things don't happen quickly at OSU. So if you have to try to build.
This surprisingly has. I'm. So good job.
Thank you. Not cheap and not quick. Probably make it cheaper to buy an acre out of the OSU fence line and then build there.
Right, but still, that's honestly still strong. Any final questions before we head back and talk about food quality, characteristics that we do and don't want? All right, let's head back.
All right, for you guys online, I'm just gonna do a little 360 tour again here, just to show you everything. That was the electrical panel he was talking about. Freezers. And
Rich,
then,
can you slow down a little bit, please?
okay, here we go. And
Sorry.
then this is outside here. They also have their freezer and then the wash. Sorry, I'm pretty new to the agriculture game here, but this is where they do the washing and all that as well. Okay. And then this is the entire building right here for those that have not been out here yet. So pretty good operation. And then if you guys haven't been out here, they're doing some work here, but this is the field that they work from out here. All those. Okay, I'm gonna head back, but I'll go ahead and mute this the whole time I'm walking back. But that's it for this tour at least.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, for the farm tour, I'll go ahead and stop the video here. But thank you, everyone.
Thanks again, Rich.
I think we're. David brought there. The group. Yeah. Difference with these maybe concentrations. We have to so I was really no, but not if you would. I said like see you all Friday last night. Yeah. 15 years. Good. Yeah. I'm not.
It's a fun was here.
And I feel like that again.
That's all right. Okay, well, that's good. Yeah,
Everybody else is that took care of the seed.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
You started growing every year. I didn't even know.
Okay, can everybody on Zoom see the screen?
And Bernie didn't
It's just the final screen, but we were gonna.
Yes.
Hey, a little bit.
Your production.
Here's this.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're doing Mexico. Good.
Here. Big note.
Yeah.
So it's the thing you talked about.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we're gonna come back and talk about the staff room.
That's exactly what we're gonna start with.
I don't have to settle you guys with mics. Sounds good? Okay, so Craig,
When I moved.
everybody on Zoom heard that, right?
All right, everyone here on Zoom, I've just been informed that the main meeting room is taking a break. They're starting it a little early, and that everyone will be back at 10:50. At 10:50, we will be back.
Yeah, because they were like,
You're gonna order one.
So we're just gonna finish up with a conversation that we had planned before the break, but then I switched everything. Michael, do you want to well, there are two goals that we're hoping to maybe just get some input on from the crowd, right? So do you want to maybe go through one at a time, and then we can see if we can get some input and then move on from there?
Yeah, sure. Is it cool if I kind of cycle these slides back to one of the
Yeah,
survey
absolutely.
results?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess one thing where I thought it would be good to get some feedback now that we've done 2 ORBC surveys is just some feedback on the actual characteristics of the berries that we're asking folks attending the meetings to provide scores on. So if you look at like these columns up here, right now, what we're asking people to do at the meetings is provide a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 score. Or like 3 is essentially comparable to or as good as your preferred commercial cultivar you're growing. 4 would be slightly better, 5 would be significantly better, 2 would be slightly worse, 1 would be significantly worse. So kind of doing that 1 to 5 scoring system for appearance, leakage and defects, sweetness, flavor, texture, and then just an overall acceptability score. So I guess something that I think would be beneficial is if there are other characteristics about the berries that you like to look at that we're not considering when we're asking people to provide, their evaluation feedback. So yeah, just kind of putting it out there if there are other things we're missing that people think would be helpful.
Anybody? Any input on that?
How many pickings does it take to harvest the crop?
Okay, yeah. So the way we're doing it right now is we'll do like a separate plate for a separate harvest. We haven't been labeling those, so I guess, yeah, it'd probably be good to introduce labels.
Berry size?
Berry size, okay, we do report on berry size in the ORBC reports, so we do have that. Yeah.
What about the consistency on the size? I guess with blackberry, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is actually something that we're interested in. What we're hoping, and starting to work with some people on the image analysis side is to get to a point where up here during the summer when we're doing our harvest days, the previously flat now lugs come out of the field. The whole thing gets weighed for yield. Then there's a representative subset of 25 that gets pulled out to get average berry size. What we want to do is basically snap photos of these and then do some kind of image processing that can tell you something about uniformity. So we're not there yet. And I think we're not in a place where we can weigh individual berries quickly enough to get through our harvest day. But that is something we are going to be working on the research side, is trying to bring in some of those kind of image-based uniformity screening tools. Yeah.
What about shelf life?
Shelf life, I think that's a good one. I think, what would be helpful for us is, figuring out, okay, are there specific selections that growers are interested in? I guess shelf life, we're kind of in a similar space. We can do it now. So we have the walk-in coolers available and we have some firmness, testing devices. We just need to kind of figure out how to prioritize that down to what we can manage, because we could probably only do maybe like a dozen of those per week or so. But yeah, that's definitely something we plan on getting into, probably starting off with comparing advanced selections to current standards in terms of commercial cultivars.
Probably one of the most important things to me is the machine picking ability. I mean, you know, the old Black Diamond variety there, when you machine pick those, you could get 20-30% red or green ones that are no value compared to Columbia Star, where you're lucky to get 2 or 3% no value. And the processors really can run a lot more tons per day if they're not sorting out high volume, and they can run it at a lot lower cost because they don't need quite so many people sorting fruit on the line. And so yield and machine picking ability, those two things I think are key. You know, quality of the fruit anymore, you know, they always want the premium quality, but nobody wants to pay you anything extra for it. So, you know, it's not a big deal.
So in terms of defining machine pick ability, you would think of that as just sort of the percentage of berries that are coming off the harvester in a lug or a flat that look like they would be rejects.
And with no stem attached.
And to back on that, the structure is very important for the plant, because that's the problem with Black Diamond is it's so much fruit and there's not a lot of canopy. So just the machine harvesters we have right now struggle with that type of a setting.
I guess with that, Michael, could you like measure, I guess, your sort outs on each of those varieties in terms of like, could either be the time it takes them to go through each sample and or the percentage that's of that lug that's discarded?
Especially if you go in there a little bit early to have.
I think
end up with too much green.
on the sort out time, maybe. I think early on, we're just going to be focusing on making sure that we can efficiently actually get the berries sorted and get them into the blast freezer on time. But yeah, I think over time we might be able to introduce that. I think that is another area where potentially we could also address that with some of the image capture stuff. You know, just basically, you know, you've got your scale station where you're getting your yield, have a photo booth next to it. That's step 2. Put the lug on the photo booth, you know, snap a photo. And after the season, basically just run an image processing program on every photo you got from the summer. So then you could have, you know, each selection over each date that selection was harvested over, you know, whatever, 3 weeks, and see, okay, you know, over this yield curve, you know, what percent, you know, what percent red or immature berries or stems you're seeing on a given date.
Or even put a camera on the front and the back of the harvester so you can see how the plant carves up and what's left on it.
Yeah. I'd probably have to talk to you a little bit more about that one. Yeah.
AI imagery analysis.
Huh?
AI imagery analysis.
Yeah. Yep.
I mentioned it earlier and he mentioned it as well. I think it's really important that we have a yield column on this graph. Because it may be the overall acceptability is really high, but if the yield's really low, who's interested?
Yeah. Yep. We can definitely introduce that.
Well, and keep in mind though, this graph comes from the data sheet that you guys are filling out as you're tasting the fruit samples. So the yield is captured in other graphs. This one is specifically the fruit that you're tasting. So it's kind of two different things, but like Michael said, you know.
I mean, it's not a problem for us to put a cumulative yield column.
So one of the things at the strawberry tasting, and I don't know if you took a look at Janine's breakdown for the tasting, but she made people fold over, you need to look at it, but basically underneath before people gave the overall score, they would handle the appearance and sweetness, whatever flavor. And then you would open like the other side of the form and it would have the yield, and then it would allow you to have an overall score once you've considered the yield. So that's every single one of those would have the yield from, I think it was the last year, you'll have to ask her, but it was something where like once somebody that was trialing, like a grower was like, oh, this is really good. And then they open it up and it's like a horrible yield. Then I'm like that's such a buzzkill. I'm going to score it accordingly for the overall. So that was something that she just tried, and you might take a look at that.
Okay. So something I am thinking about, so the survey we've done for the first couple of attempts, it's basically like each selection gets its own sheet and everybody is scoring on that same sheet. So everybody can see each other's scores.
Yeah.
And I think that's also kind of a bias point there. The reason we do it is because I was worried based on what we saw with the older cuttings where it was a phone survey. Some people just didn't want to pull up a survey on their phone and run through the whole thing. And so that's something I think that might be a question for an ORBC meeting, you know, 'cause right now we're getting like 25 to 30 respondents and that's pretty good. If we see it drop down below 20, that would be unfortunate. But yeah, not having everybody bias each other, you know, would also be ideal. So that's something we're considering for the next time around. Yeah, Jason?
I'm just wondering, maybe not adding things, but can you simplify it? Like sweetness and flavor, for example, you know, they're kind of both, and if you look down that column, they kind of run more or less in tandem with each other. And like, and I know kind of evaluating those tastings, sometimes I'm like, well, I don't really know because my tongue can't differentiate. Is it really sweet because it's low acidity, or is it really sweet but high acidity, so I'm not getting much of that sweetness, you know? So it's kind of, is it really just the overall flavor profile that you can evaluate with the tongue? And similarly, I would even say with appearance versus leakage / defects, that all kind of plays into my mind of like how the overall appearance.
And the other side of it too is if the berry happened to be picked a little bit on the green side compared to being fully ripe, it's gonna have a totally different flavor profile or sweetness profile. Maybe, you know, whoever picked it off the vine just grabbed it a little bit early, which would change the whole outcome.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely see things shift from high to low in different years. We've seen that. And then, yeah, a lot of these things are getting picked over several weeks, so heat events, things like that, it all kind of contribute. So I don't exactly know how to account for that. You know, we can do multiple sample for any given selection. We can bring in, you know, 2 or 3 samples from multiple harvests. So people's scoring is sort of a overall reflection of those. Yeah.
You need to find a 14-year-old kid with a computer. You can just run that fruit in front of it and it'll tell you how sweet it is or what the flavor profile is.
Brian Yorgi used to do puree kind of samples of it. So you were mixing a lot of different berries and then equalizing out the bricks.
There you go.
To kind of get
instead of individual berries.
Because yeah, you could get that, you know, semi internally rotten one that just really tastes awful. But you're not sitting there eating 20 berries at once of each selection. So you get that overall sense.
And Jason, what was the logistics of that? Was there like a bowl of puree and people?
So when Brian did that, he like basically he made the puree all in one and then poured them into like individual little Dixie cups of each
And then
one.
labeled each of them.
Now, like doing that for this wide of selections isn't really possible, but maybe looking at that for some of the top performers.
There were like 6.
It was like 6.
We used to do that actually at this meeting.
Yeah.
Where we would lay that out and have the 6, and it was all randomized and it was all just numbered.
Yeah.
Or maybe there'd be a
anonymized.
dozen max on some of the bigger ones, but
Yeah,
a handful up to like.
yeah, you remember that, right? Yeah, so that. It was, yeah,
They're all good.
it's a lot of work. It's been a big transition, and so like we're like coming back
I'm
into
just
this
giving
and saying like, would that be helpful though? Like, what is that something that would go to Jason's point of like, oh, we get one word berry and then we're just zeroing out everything.
Yeah, but we would have both. So we'd have the big cutting where you'd see the berries, and then we'd have at this
Top
meeting,
6 or
the
something.
top, few would be the purees. But it was a ton of work.
You need to freeze twice as much fruit if you're doing that.
Exactly, yeah.
We have to eat 5 berries of each.
Yeah, instead of a
Exactly.
pouch this side, he had like a 3-gallon jar.
Okay,
So
so it sounds like the goal is just to fine tune what you currently have going on, which just gave you some advice on, and we have to cut you short, but what was the other question?
No,
That-
honestly, that was it because, you know, I wanted to get survey feedback on what we're scoring
Okay,
in the actual, you know, fruit evaluations, and then what people are interested in getting more data out of besides the current just yield and fruit size. So it sounds like a big one would be sort of percentage of rejects or unacceptable berries coming out of off the harvester in our lugs. So I think that's something we can realistically incorporate for the next couple of years.
all right, well, thank you. Find Michael or Mary or Scott or Pat or whoever for other input. Thank you, guys. Pedro, are you online?
Yes, I'm here. I'm gonna share my slides right away.
So I'll just introduce you while you're booting up here. Pedro Rojas Barros is from WSU and will be talking about predicting cold hardiness and mitigation strategies for freeze damage in caneberries.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me well?
Yeah.
Okie dokie, let me put my laser pointer here. So I'm a postdoctoral researcher here at Washington State University, working on cold hardiness. So today I will be presenting about my work in this past year and a half. So I'm very excited to share with you this information. So first, the blackberry. I want to focus a little bit more in the blackberry industry because it's like the main reason why we got funding from the WSDA. And in the Pacific Northwest, there's it's a huge representation in terms of production in the U.S. And we know that here, at least in Washington, the increase or expansion of the blackberry industry is being supported by an increase in fresh and frozen blackberry consumption. Probably based on what we were listening earlier from Michael Hardigan, that there's a lot of more plant breeding and research focus on blackberries right now, right? And then, of course, like production revenues and this crop expansion is being limited by freezing temperatures during the winter and early in the spring. At least this is the main reason or the main problem and challenge that we have here in Washington. But I was checking some of the temperatures that you've been having in the past 5 years. I just went to the NOAA, the weather station in Portland, which is close to where you are right now in Aurora. And it got cold. I mean, 12 Fahrenheit in January in 2024. And it's probably something similar to what we had in winter 2025. The most severe freezes occurred between January and February, which is the same situation up here in Washington. And the range of temperatures is between 16 and 24 Fahrenheit, which is not as cold as we think about Wisconsin, where I was doing my PhD. We don't get that low, right, in the Pacific Northwest. However, the problem is that when we have these temperatures or these range temperatures or below freezing temperatures, and the plant is sensitive to the cold weather or to freezing temperatures. So to give you an idea what cold hardiness is, the dry definition of it is the increasing tolerance over time to cold temperatures. And I say tolerance because, again, there's always a risk of lower or freezing temperatures affecting the tissue that it will support growth and fruit the following year. So if we think about the summer, when days are getting shorter, we have like some lower temperatures coming out, and that process is called as acclimation, right? So after we harvest the fruit and we look at the trees and the plants and they're stopped growing, right? So if you're thinking about dormancy, that's a complete separate process that somehow they're interchanged and they're related between each other. But think about when the plants start to get dormant, that's when they start getting hardier. So that process in the summer is called as acclimation that goes all the way into the fall. And during the fall is when we start having this chill accumulation, right? If we think about the chill hours are the temperatures between 32 and 42 Fahrenheit, which is like the simplest way to calculate chill hours. So once we progress from the fall to the winter, we get into the max cold hardness in the plant, right? So if we think about accumulation of chill hours and the plant getting ready to restart growth, but the problem is that there's still cold temperatures around. So the plant knows that it's not time to grow. It's not time to grow, right? Although you can see some bud break probably during the winter. And I'm going to talk briefly about that. So then once we start having warmer temperatures is the process known as the acclimation in the spring, right? So you have like some growth, bud elongation, and everything related to growth. And spring is always beautiful. But this is like the ideal situation, right? The problem of this is that whenever we have some warm spells during the winter, how is that affecting the plant, right? So you can have the acclimation during the winter, but then there's a process known as also super simple reacclimation, where the plant can regain hardness based on the air temperatures. However, that's something that is still not quite understood. And I'm going to show you how this blackberry cultivar has been behaving in these past 2 years. So with that in mind, we wanted to have a web-accessible cold hardness model and guide freeze mitigation strategies for the growers, right? Of course, like this half a year and a half, I've been focused on Washington and some places in British Columbia. I'm going to talk about that later. But hopefully in the future, we can expand it to where you are right now in Oregon. So then with that in mind, we want to have these tools for the growers, for you to be effectively being able to manage these freezing temperatures with cost-effective mitigation strategies, which is a topic from today, is just specifically biostimulants. And this is just a personal objective too, is I understand cold hardness physiology. I'm a hardcore physiologist, so that's why I always like want to understand why the plant is reacting and responding to the environment. I'm going to talk about that later. So that's like actually celestial here in the Pacific Northwest. It's just like it's a field. I mean, Pacific Northwest is just here in the Skagit Valley, 10 minutes away from the NREC center here. And what we did the first year is we started taking samples from the field in mid-October all the way to the beginning of March. Why we started in mid-October? Because I started working here the first week of October. So that's why I need to set up things, and I couldn't unfortunately start earlier like I did in the second year. Then we have 4 different sites. We have basically 2 different growers, and within one of the growers we have 2 cultivars, Celestial and Victoria, as I wrote it down here. And there's another grower that is like southern on the border of the Skagit County, probably 10, 15 minutes away from the station southern from here, that only has Celestial. What we did during the second year is that, of course, I started taking samples earlier during the season, and I'm still taking samples. I'm currently in my week 26, so that's the whole winter. So I broke my record from last year, and I'm gonna take some additional sample probably until next week. And yeah, it's been hard, but fortunately we have a lot of like data points that I'm going to share right away with you. We use the same 4 sites here in the Skagit County, but thanks to the collaboration from Driscoll's, we were able to get samples from British Columbia. Specifically for Victoria, we have 3 additional sites. And then I was taking sample every 2 weeks for raspberries. The cultivars that we chose were Kulshan and Meeker. I was gonna get a Wakefield at the beginning, but they removed the field, so just stick to Colson and Meeker. So why I selected these two ones? Well, of course, Meeker is the industry standard, and Colson is I've been hearing that is a very promising drizzle cultivar too. So the whole process of cold harness evaluation, this is just to show you, it's a lot of work, but just to have you in mind what we've been doing. We have the Caneberry cultivars, Victoria Celestial, and Colson, and Meeker in case of raspberries. We collected top laterals, which is, we call them flower cane laterals, which is the canes are going to produce fruit the following season. Then we just cut this into small sections with one axillary bud in it. And then we expose them to a controlled freezing test, which is a way to decrease the temperature, simulating real field conditions. So we go usually from, in terms of Celsius, from -4 Celsius all the way to probably negative 0.4 in Fahrenheit. So after that, we allow these small canes and the buds to recover a few days, and then we dissect them, we take pictures, and then we evaluate if the bud meristem has damage or not. So I have here my laser pointer that we have a completely no damage bud here. You can see the meristem is completely green. However, we can see here in the bottom, it says damaged, and we have our meristem necrotic or brownish color. So if I see this parenchyma here, I don't consider this as a damage. I've been doing some other studies related to this, and it's probably topic for another session. But we're focusing on this area. So with that information, we just do some math and statistics, and then we come up with the probability of finding damage or not in the buds at a certain temperature. So that's how we estimate cold hardness. And LT50 is a lethal temperature in which 50% of the buds will show damage. So if we think about 16 Fahrenheit right now, it will be probably not devastating, but it will probably have a 50% damage probability right now as the plant, how cold-hardened the plants are right now. So far, we've been dissected more than 80,000 buds, and I think this is just the second year. So last year probably it was a similar number, a lot of work this year and a half, but it's very rewarding when we see the plots that I'm going to show you right away. Some of the results. Here, this plot shows in the y-axis, in the primary y-axis is the temperature, and the LT50 again is a lethal temperature in which we're going to have 50% of damage in the buds in the field. In the secondary y-axis, we have in Fahrenheit. On the left side, we have this plot is the 2024-2025 season. The right side, we have the 25-26 season. And the x-axis, you can see that are all the different collection dates that we have from each season. So what is very particular, how they completely, Celestial and Victoria, in the orange line we have Victoria, and the blue line we have Celestial. So they both behave pretty different. And I started seeing differences in cold hardness early during the season when we started getting into December. And you can see that Victoria is less hardy compared to Celestial here in the Skagit County. What is very interesting about this is that why this plot is useful. We have in this gray line, we have the minimum temperature, in red was the maximum temperature. But whenever this minimum temperature reach out this cold hardness line, is that when we'll expect to have 50% of damage. So in this area last year, we were supposed to have 50% of damage. We have probably 30%. And again, it's just a probability that we have. And that's why we accumulate different seasons so we can have more and more information. During the second year, both cultivars were in terms of cold hardness, were pretty similar. They started differentiating between each other around 800 chill hours, and I have a more clear idea of like how much Victoria needs in terms of chill hours. I'm doing some dormancy studies that I'm going to have probably like a very accurate number of chill hours. But after the chill hour accumulation is reached, that's when they start losing hardiness. And you can see here there's like a big peak because I'm still working on the data, but we had some days here in the area that 100% of the temperatures were above freezing temperatures, were above 32 Fahrenheit. So that basically make Victoria lose some hardness. However, you can see that it started to getting colder more gradually, and there was no damage here, so the lands are not touching each other. But yeah, you can see that there's a loss of hardiness, regain of hardiness, loss of hardiness, and then it just regain hardiness because it's been slightly more cold. And then last week we have a frost, and we had in one of the sites in Victoria, we had damage. One of the sites, I haven't like plotted the whole data points, but we had some problems. We have two sites that didn't have any problems, but one of third site did have some problems or problems in terms of bio damage. Why? And this plot is just to show you that I'm trying to understand why they're so different, or why they're less hardy, or why they're more. Why Victoria reacts more to the air temperatures whenever they reach the chill hour accumulation. And here in the y-axis we have bad dry matter in terms of percentage, and the different collection dates. This is for only season 25-26, and you can see that Celestial has, in terms of dry matter, way higher dry matter compared to Victoria. Why we have these peaks? My guess is that it's related to the air temperature. So whenever you have warmer temperatures, the bots start to decrease in terms of dry matter. And there's some literature that says that there's a high correlation between high dry matter and high cold hardness. So this figure is just to explain, or like to say why there's the differences. It is true that Victoria has less dry matter, but at the same time, the bots are bigger. And the bots are bigger because at the end, Victoria is more productive compared to Celestial, at least here in Skagit County. Broader picture of the 2025-26 season. Here on the left side, we have blackberries, and this is what I just showed to you, compared to the different Victorias from British Columbia. And at the beginning of the season, they were pretty similar. And this is the last data point that I got, that is mid-January. And you can see that hardiness, it was pretty similar, almost overlapped with here in the Skagit County. So not because they're like in a higher latitude in British Columbia means that the Victoria is going to be hardier. And then in terms of raspberry, meeker, and Kulkan, they both behave very much similarly, but at the end we see that meeker was hardier compared to Kulshan. Kulshan probably, I haven't like gone to the field recently, probably gonna go until next week, but my guess is Kulshan, because it's more vigorous. It's never going to be as hardy as meeker. Then the predicted model. I just took a screenshot from what we have in WeatherNet. For those who are not familiar with this, is a system that the university has for the growers, where there's multiple models, cold hardness models for grapes, etc., etc. So that's the platform that we want to make available for the growers. And I'm not sure if you have something similar there in Oregon, but there's ways that you can basically expand or have access to these. And hopefully in the future, there's more collaboration with Oregon, so you can also use this cold hardness model for both blackberries and raspberries. So here we have in the y-axis the temperatures. This is just the minimum temperatures, line in blue. And then we have in yellow the LT10, which is 10% of chances of having at a central temperature to have 10% of damage in the field. LT50 correspond to 50%, and LT90, which we never want to get to that line. It's the 90% of having damage in the field. And I was telling you that last week around February 19, we have a freezing event in which the model kind of like predicted or said that it was high chances to have some damage. And of course, this is just a beta version, and we want to add the second year of data to this model. But again, this is very useful. We're using it actually in conversation with the grower and with conversation with Driscoll's about the model and how accurately was predicting the LT10. If you want to check this or like play around with this, there's a QR code here that it leads to the access to this model. So conclusions in terms of cold hardness. Victoria is less hardy compared to Celestia here in the Skagit Valley. Pretty similar in British Columbia. However, as I was saying to you, there's my hypothesis. I need to do more statistics and a little bit more of data analysis. But my guess is that there's a trade-off, right? Celestial is more hardy than Victoria, responds way less to the environment during late winter. But Victoria has bigger bud size. It needs to consume more dry matter because it's going to produce more fruit. That's my hypothesis. Raspberry cultivar showed greater hardness compared to blackberry during the winter. That's the points that I showed to you. That Meeker it's extremely hardy. I got to probably -1, -2 Fahrenheit this season. And the predictive models help us to tune cold mitigation strategies, of course. I was telling you, for expanding this, I will encourage you to reach out Dr. Lisa Wasco de Better, who is my supervisor, to build up collaborations. Mitigation strategies. In terms of biostimulants, we spray biostimulants, and long story short about the situation was that last year we had these freezing events I was showing to you in the 24-25 season. I'm gonna probably focus more on this. We had this like 2 freezing events here and then here. We're talking with the grower they just sprayed around the field, and they left some rows without any sprayed product. So what they used was fruit armor. The rate was 4 pounds per acre. For me, this was an ideal condition because I'm gonna explain later that I needed to do it again this year, but in a controlled setup. So last year we have the low temperatures enough to go to the field, the grower sprayed, and then we just collected top laterals around three zones in the field. So when was sprayed, the biostimulant was 4 days before this second frost that I just showed you in the plot. Don't focus on this. It's just a matter of trying to replicate an experimental design. So we were a little more careful about how we were taking samples in the field. So we will have like a more representative sample from the field, and then we quantified again with presence or absence of damage in the bud meristem. So in the cold harness study that I just showed you, I take pictures and everything like that. But for this, I just like simplify things, and I just cut the tip of the bud, and you can see that there's necrosis right away there. And this is a quick video that I did for the grower the other day. I took some extra samples from this like area that had a little bit more damage. It's not that clear, but you can see some brownish black color there in the tip. Well, not at the tip, in the meristem. So for the experimented biostimulant, I'm very skeptical about biostimulants, honestly. So we went to the field, we cut a lot of buds, and then I analyzed quickly that data, and I went again to the field, and I took I think it was over 1,000 buds, specifically 1,400 buds that I collected. So some of the results in the y-axis, we have the probability of finding damage in the buds. We have these 3 different areas. And then in the x-axis, we have the controls, which is unsprayed. biostimulant, and here biostimulant again is the fruit armor at 4 pounds per acre. And yeah, I'm skeptical, and I was super surprised that we saw a big difference in terms of finding damage. So we found out that there was 23% less damage in the sprayed rows compared to the unsprayed rows. During the second year, we replicate this in Victoria, but we added Kelp Express, that rate of 3 parts per acre. This Kelp Express is another type of biostimulant. I didn't mention, but fruit armor is based on glycine betaine, which is across literature. I've been seeing that it's what is being more effective for not only freeze stress, but also for heat stress. We set up an experimental design. We sprayed last week, and I just freeze the buds yesterday. So probably I'm gonna have some of this data later next week. So conclusions related to biostimulant application is that fruit armor reduced bud damage with treated buds, being 75% less likely to be damaged than the untreated controls. The effect was consistent across sampling zones or sites here in this field, suggesting broad potential for use. So it's, again, I was surprised. And we cut a lot of buds to make sure that what we were seeing was real. Other research is needed, of course. There's a refinement in terms of the application timing, test other products, and compare with other freeze mitigation strategies, as we think that overhead irrigation, for example, that's one strategy that, if you have seen the news a few weeks ago, like blueberry growers in Florida were struggling a lot, and we're using overhead irrigation to avoid freeze damage, right? So biostimulants, it's something that it's useful, but of course, if we think about the definition of biostimulant, or what they do is to increase tolerance, and if we think about tolerance, it's not resistance. So of course, we're always going to have some type of damage. And this picture is just to show you that I'm doing some other experiments in terms of exposing the buds into freezing conditions and then letting them grow. And this is a cane that I exposed to minus 0.4 Fahrenheit. And you can see that there's a lot of damage here, brownish color in the parenchyma. What I want to point out is that the primary bud meristem is damaged here. The secondary bud is damaged here on the bottom, but then the cane is still growing out. So I'm impressed. So if you have some freeze damage and you go to the field and see some growth around, and then say like, well, it didn't work, your predictive model, because I'm seeing growth around, it's because of this, right? It's super hard to really kill the buds from blackberries. This is Victoria specifically. But what I want to say is that this additional study is just to say, you're going to have growth, but probably from that growth, you're not going to have fruit. There's another piece of information, thanks to all the pictures that I've been taking, that I want to understand whenever I have damage in the primary bud, what are the probabilities of having damage in the secondary bud? So those are, like, again, missing questions related to cold hardness that hopefully someone else in the future will overtake that, because my position ends in August 15. That's another topic conversation, of course, but I got another job because I'm a postdoc, and this project is just 2 years. My message with that is, of course, acknowledging everyone that has been making this possible. Collaboration, I feel, is essential in this. So if you're thinking, as a grower, if you're thinking about getting some of these topics addressed, of course, Scott Lucas, for example, is someone that you can reach out, and with my supervisor, Lisa Vasco de Better, they can apply for some interstate specialty crop block grant or something like that, and continue the effort on cold hardiness. WSDA, of course, is the funding part. everyone that's been helping here. Driscoll's, of course, great partnership with them. Sycamore Brothers, who is one of the growers here that helps us. Raider Farms, which you might heard about them, of course, in Linden area, that they've been allowing us to take their samples. And the Washington Red Raspberry Commission and the Washington Blueberry Commissions, because they just funded a new equipment that it's going to make our life easier in terms of cold harness. So everything's going to be even faster for evaluation. So that's why I'm saying collaboration is key into continue understanding freeze damage in caneberries. So with that, I'm finishing. Oh, I finished in a great time. So there's a picture of my dog if you want to see him. And this is my LinkedIn if you want to follow me or get in contact with me, and my emails, my email here and the email from my supervisor. So with that said, I think that I have like a 1 minute for questions. So thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions? Tom?
Just a comment is that in 2024, when we had the freeze radiation cooling event, I mean, in end of February, what we noticed is because then it was such a cold March that developed multiple buds out of that. I mean, out of the damage where the manager normally, when they have a freeze event, I mean, there may be only 1 or 2 buds that come out of it, and kind of felt that, I mean, that hurt. I mean, the multiple buds actually hurt worse than having just 1 bud coming out.
From a yield perspective.
Yeah. What's your
No,
thought?
and no, I mean, and of course, I was working in fruit quality in cranberries in Italy, Madison before coming to this position. So as a physiologist, if you have a secondary bud, that bud, or a tertiary bud, that bud is never going to be as good as a primary bud in terms of fruit quality and in terms of yield. Never. Because if you think about how behind, it's like a race, right? So the first bud is like, well, it's first developed. It has all the resources. It has all the energy put in that initial bud. But then if you have the primary bud damage, then the whole process of, oh, I need to still produce fruit, right? That's what the plant thinks. But then that tertiary bud is never going to be as good in terms of fruit quality or in terms of yield as the primary bud. So doing these other additional studies related to what happens when I freeze it and I allow this plant to grow, it's about that, right? It's understanding the resilience of the plant, and then hopefully in the future we have some management and ideas of recovery. I'm been thinking recently on you have the cold harness model, and that's super useful. But from my horticulturist perspective, is it's useless if you don't know what to do afterwards, right? So if you need to prune around, if you wait for pruning time, and there's a lot of like questions that there's still around. How can we increase cold hardness whenever the plant is losing hardness? That's another question that needs to be addressed. I mean, hopefully I will wish like to be working on this. Like I'm gonna be working in Montana State in cold hardness probably. But yeah, there's a lot of questions, pending questions that they need to be addressed. So yeah, from that perspective, I think that the fruit it's gonna grow, and the producer is gonna be like, yeah, I mean, I still have fruit, but that fruit is never going to be as good as the initial fruit.
Any last questions before we break for lunch? Thank you, Pedro. We really appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me today. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so lunch, I believe, is outside ready to roll. I
I tell you, I call myself.
A smidge before the presentations get going, just so that I can introduce sponsors and if any of them want to introduce themselves slash give us one cool thing that you're looking forward to this season, go ahead and do that.
See what it does. See if something pops up.
But the name of the catering, Norman's Catering was provided because of our sponsors. And so we'll have co-sponsors that support us all through the year in this meeting, as well as others that we host, but also specifically for this workshop. And so it's all soft money run, and we really appreciate our sponsors every year. So Oregon Raspberry Blackberry Commission commissioners, I see Scott. Are you the only commissioner representing today? Oh, never mind. You don't count. Don't count. So that is one. Northwest Plant Company up in Northwest Washington, North American Plants. I know that there are a few folks that were here. Maybe they're not back yet from taking a lunch break, but they have information out back. But if I see that.
Who, Mike? He just took off.
He just took off. Okay. Valley Ag. I know that Andrew was sick, so I don't know if he ended up showing up or not. We have Earth's Irrigation, Nutrien. Let me know if you guys are here, and you're welcome to introduce yourself if you are. Wilbur Ellis. Pradham Co-op. I know I do see some Pradham boys over here. So if you guys want to make mention of anything, let me know. Joe just left to handle a few business things, but if you guys want to say anything, or you're good?
I think we're good. Yeah.
You're good. Okay. Hernoise, which is a new sponsor of ours this year. They are based in Canada, actually, and sell controlled environment agriculture supplies. And then who am I missing? We're missing the ASG Agronomy Services. So Ariel, are you here? Yes. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, yeah. So thank you. Hi. We do farm staffing and farm labor, but with our main focus on spray applications. So we have spray operators with licenses and everything, and the PPE. And we focus mainly now either with our own equipment or just with our operators. And we were trying to focus on permanent crops like blueberries, blackberries, hazelnuts. And yeah, it's going very good. So my phone number is back there. So if anybody needs any help, we do have regular farm labor for harvest, pruning crews. So trying to help with that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Their information's in the back. And then I don't know, Kara, if you had any like brochures or cards in the back also. Did you as well? With Ag Labs, do you want to introduce yourself at all?
I'm Kara Greer. I work for Pacific Ag Lab, also known as Matrix Sciences. We do pesticide residue testing on water, soil, and plant tissue. Our lab is located in Sherwood, Oregon. My information is back there. There's some screening options. Any type of information that you guys need, I'm happy to provide. Lab tours, if you guys are interested in the area, you can contact me and get that facilitated for you.
So do you go to location, like if somebody wanted something tested, or does the person do the test and then we send the test to you and then you guys run the test?
Sort of. So you can bring samples to us directly, and then we also have sample kits that we can ship you, and then we have prepaid shipping that you can send it back to us. So we don't really have a courier service.
Sure. So do you test for like soil health or just plant health?
So we have another laboratory in our building, Annual Western Labs. And then we also have our sister lab, ATL Labs as well, that does the soil health and fertility as well, and heavy metals and.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, round of applause for the sponsor. Okay, so I think what we will do. Abby, can you hear and see us okay?
I can hear you guys. Yes, I can, but I can't see anything on the screen.
Okay, so I think what we'll do. You'd think that it was my first time using Zoom or something. Abby, can you see the screen now?
Yes, I can see the screen now.
Okay, in full presentation mode?
Yes.
So I'm gonna introduce my coworker, Rich Sutenbach. Did I say it right? Guys, don't feel bad if you don't say it right, because I barely can get it to. He is going to be talking about the small fruit update.
All right, hey everyone, I'm Rich Zutenbach. I'm new with Northwest Berry Foundation, so I've been with them just under a year, a little new to ag too, so really excited to be a part of the industry and all that, and just want to give you guys like an update on our small fruit update newsletter that we are continuously doing. If for you guys that don't know, the small fruit update newsletter, it's a Northwest Berry Foundation newsletter that we've created. It is for small fruit growers and industry members to strengthen the Northwest Berry growing region. So our subscribers, just a little bit of subscriber facts. We just celebrated our 25th year with the SFU newsletter. So we're now into our 26th year. So we're really excited about that. For you guys that do know, Tom Peerbolt started this in 2000. Started off growing the subscribers to about 100, a few hundred, and then we've been able to maintain the subscribers to about 1,200. So in 2025, we had about 1,231 subscribers. Out of those subscribers, 237 of those were blackberry growers. About 271 were raspberry. And then we do have an engagement rate that's about 68% of the recipient or of our subscribers that are often reading the SFU. And then if we look at the subscribers that are also reading it sometimes, like here and there, that would jump it up to probably about like 76%. So we have a really good engagement rate on the SFU. We have been growing and trying to build up our social media presence too in the last few years. I would say across the board, we probably have about like 250 to 280 followers throughout all of them: Facebook, Instagram, and X. And then we do get funding through 10 commissions and councils throughout the Pacific Northwest in Oregon, Washington, and BC. And some of those do include the Oregon Raspberry Blueberry Commission, the Washington Red Raspberry Commission, and then the British Columbia raspberries as well. So who and where do our subscribers come from? So roughly about 55% of them represent growers in the industry across all small fruits. And then 32% are in the berry industry themselves. And then about 13% are researchers within the field. The subscribers by location, most of our subscribers are in Oregon, so about 44%. In Washington, about 26% make up the subscribers. In British Columbia, about 18%, and then others about 12%. The other category that would be outside of the Pacific Northwest in different states, and then I think we have a few in different countries as well. So just gonna show you guys a little some of the updates that we have done with the newsletter in the last couple of years. So just showing you guys on the left side, this is the older version that we had in the newsletter, and this is the commentary. And then the newer version is on the right side. So Abby, who is our marketing director, has been doing a really great job kind of cleaning up, making things look cleaner, more sleek. So you can kind of see that on the right side there. And then also in the commentary, Julie will talk about things that are going on in the field or in the industry during the time too. So if you want to stay updated with the latest updates in the berry community, this is a really great resource for that. And then just in our last SFU, we actually brought a little attention to the WRRC Advanced Selection Trials, which is a collaboration between WRRC and Tom Walters. So really good stuff there. If you guys were interested in looking at that, we provide links for that too. And then we also have regional reports on the SFU as we're getting into the growing season. So the older version you can kind of see there on the left, and then we kind of reamped that on the right side there that you guys can see. For the regional support reports, we do it by region, so British Columbia, Oregon, and then Washington. And in those areas, we're going to talk about the different fruits and what's really going on in the area during that time. So this is really good resource as well. It talks about harvesting. If we're seeing any kind of like right here, you see like we're starting to get pressure for SWD and blackberries and raspberries in Oregon. So just another good resource to kind of keep up with everything that's going on. For industry events and just like promoting, promoting different berries that we do for the SFU. Any kind of grants or funding that's going on during the time, we like to post that in our grants and funding section. So if you guys are interested in, trying to do a grant or when those requests for proposals or applications are coming out, we list that on there as well throughout the Pacific Northwest. And then we also have the plant sales. I know some of you guys follow the plant sales numbers. So we also publish that on the SFU as well. We also have a calendar that's in the SFU. So any kind of events that are going on in the Pacific Northwest that are in small fruits, we like to publish that within the calendar as well. So you can see here breaking up. We usually do about 2 to 3 months, I believe, on the SFU, just showing the events that are about to come up. So you guys are always updated on everything that's about to happen. And as you can see in February, the NARBA convention conference that just happened in California. And then of course, the workshop that's here today, just highlighting some of those things that are very Caneberry specific for you guys. We added a new search feature that you guys hadn't been on. This is actually the Northwest Berry forum topics. If you guys look at our forum or even the SFU, we have a search engine that's actually on those now. So if you go in there, just showing you just a simple example, if you type in raspberry, you're able to see some of the searches that come up through whatever specific you're looking for. And you can see here, it brings up the advanced trials and then also information on like the rose stem girdler. And then if you type in blackberry, you'll see stuff about like orange rust, that kind of stuff. SWD going on in the field. And then we also incorporated that into our small fruit update newsletter as well. So if you guys are trying to look for, I just typed in blackberry to show you guys how it works, but if you get more specific, if you're trying to look for something, maybe like a certain variety, and if we've talked about it in the past, then it will show up there. So pretty cool new features with that. We also have a news section, like industry and news section in the SFU. We break it down by featured links, like, what's happening that's, I guess, really like current or hot in the industry right now. And then regional, North America, and then international too. Personally, I like the international section. It's telling about all the stuff that's going on, all the stuff in the world. So if, with all the berries, everything is, what am I trying to say here? Like, everything is
world market.
Well, you have a huge world market now, and that really keeps you updated with everything that's going on, which is really awesome. And then another really cool thing on the SFU is we have pest alerts. So if so we like to let you guys know, like, hey, be on alert for this. So this is just showing like the SWD. And just saying like, hey, make sure you implement this into like IPM program. We also have a pest management section in the SFU that talks about insects and then also disease. This is the insects section. And I just wanted to highlight like some of the caneberry stuff that we have in there. So we'll talk about, the rose stem girdler, strawberry crown moth, and some of the mites, some of that stuff. So in this information too, it kind of gives like a little bit of suggestions for like IPM and stuff like that as well. And then here's the disease section. Talks about Phytophthora, cane blight, and then blackberry rust, that kind of stuff as well. So really good resources when you guys get into the growing field. You just want to use it just to kind of scan it real quick, or even if you're like me and you're new, a good resource as well. And then we also have pesticide. So any updates in pesticide regulations, we'll list that with a link there as well. And then also for the maximum residue levels too, we'll post the links to those resources too. We also have a section for crop and nutrient management. Once again, just highlighting some of the caneberry stuff in here. We give a link to the OSU management guide. And then we also have, during the growing season for crop management, just some recommendations of what you should be doing in the field for that specific crop. And for 2025, our plant sale numbers, for some of you guys that follow that pretty closely, kind of missed a digit there. So for any of you guys that are following that, Julie did write a commentary on that. Basically, an extra digit was put on there by one of the nurseries, but we did go back, take that off, and just wanted to show you guys that we did correct that. And it was the Columbia Star variety. So just instead of, just to let you guys know, it's closer to the 54,000 right here, 55, not 500, just so everyone's tracking that. And we did update that in January. And I just, this is kind of outside of the SFU, but just wanted to give a Northwest Center for Small Fruit research update. If any of you guys follow that or don't follow it, it's a Pacific Northwest partnership of berry and grape researchers and stakeholders in Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. So really cool thing about the NCSFR is the industry members set the research funding priorities, and they're addressing specific issues that are going on within the Pacific Northwest and per that commodity group or crop. So really cool collaboration there. And then for 2025, we funded 18 projects and funded 1.1 million there. And the berries accounted for 28% of that funding. And just off the top of my head, I think there was at least 2 or 3 that were specific to caneberries as well. And there is an annual conference on that as well. Really great place for collaboration between industry members and researchers. So just wanted to kind of give an update on that too. Oh, and then that's pretty much the rest of my slides there. Was I pretty fast there? Okay. So if any questions, but we also do want to thank all of our supporters of the SFU, because we've been able to do this for a really long time, celebrating our 26th year here. So, and we look forward to continuing it. But just thank you for all the support from the commissions and the councils that help us to continue to do it too. And if you guys have any questions about anything.
How do you subscribe to it?
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. I should start, so
subscribe to it.
Yeah. So if you guys want to scan the QR code, definitely sign up for it. There's a lot of great resources in there, especially when we start to get into the growing field, which we're all about to. So really good resource.
Is it like a monthly periodical or?
So we do it every, in the off season, we do it every 2 weeks. And then when we start to get in the in season, we'll be doing it every single week. Yeah.
Oh, every week. Okay, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So the whole idea is once you guys are once we're into the growing season, you guys are getting updates on a weekly basis.
And I think we also have a sign up sheet if you guys aren't into the QR code.
There is one up front as well.
But yeah, that's it. Thanks, Rich. So you will all, if you follow the small fruit update, you will know that one of my recent commentaries was randomly about the Japanese beetle. And it's something that I have brought to the Pacific Northwest attention simply because this is something that we represent a lot of the specialty crops in Oregon, and caneberry is one of those. And I think that we're going to have a couple presentations on it. But first up is going to be Daniel Mix with the Oregon Department. Well, both of them are with the Oregon Department of Ag, but he's going to be speaking to the impact responses and current status. Right, you're going to? Okay, great.
I just wasn't sure if this was the updated presentation,
Oh.
but I believe it is.
Okay.
All right. Hi, how's it going? My name is Daniel Mix. I'm with the Oregon Department of Agriculture. I'm the survey coordinator for the Insect Pest Prevention and Management Program there. I'm going to go over Japanese beetle, like Julia was saying, some of the impacts that it's had on the state, our response to its presence and the current status. And then following, Cara Mills will kind of go over some of the regulation stuff. So Japanese beetle was introduced in New Jersey in 1916. Here you can see where it has spread to. The solid green are general infestations, and then you have partial infestations, and then New Mexico and Montana actually are also partial infestations. We've been running our eradication program since for this current population since 2016 when we first detected it. Because we've been running that, we've actually been considered an uninfested state. Unfortunately, the funding has ended, and so that eradication program is not currently happening. So how did Japanese beetle get to Oregon? It was likely brought here from somebody moving from an infested area. So somewhere in the East Coast or Midwest brought maybe some of their outdoor plants to Oregon, and it just went undetected for a couple of years, and then we detected it. There are other ways for Japanese beetle to come into the state, nursery stock, cargo, and the like. We often get introductions into the PDX airport. So it is something that does come in, but we usually detect it because we have apps out there detecting them. So we've been running an annual survey for many years, and I'm sorry, I'm talking fast. It's slightly nervous, but also I want to be able to answer questions. But so if you look here, you can see all the green mass there. That's all Japanese beetle traps from our delimitation trapping. So mass trapping to detect where the beetles are from the current infestation, so we know where to treat with a pesticide. So you can kind of get an idea of how dense this this trapping effort is and how big it is. The red squares are just a different survey. That's for sponge moth. So we've had, like I mentioned, previous eradications at the airport and stuff like that, but we've been working on our current one since 2017. So why do we care about Japanese beetle in Oregon? Why have we cared about it? That it's here. There was an economic impact report done. The revised versions 2017 says about $45 million in damages annually for our agriculture. That's about 57 million today if you adjust for inflation. That's going to be from crop damage, crop yield loss, and then also some of the quarantine regulation aspects as well. So being able to ship to uninfested states. Other worries are increased pesticide use, and then also just damage to our natural environments. So this is a clip from that impact report. So Caneberry's has its own line there. So about 9,000 acre, based off the about 9,000 acres the industry has. It's about a $1.1 million crop damage loss estimated annually, and about 1.2 million economic total yearly. So how is the beetle going to damage your product? And how to do that? So Japanese beetle as larvae are going to be feeding on the roots of turf grass. And so you can see that in this slide here, where you can see that browning of the grass. Even though that's a well irrigated area, it's just killing off the root system there. And then in the top there, you can see some beetles. I did find one of them on a berry there. So they do feed on the soft parts of plants. So they are going to feed on berries. They're going to feed on the flower. They're going to feed on the leaves. And so if you look over there, that is the defoliating of the plant and skeletonizing of the plant, which will reduce photosynthesis, which will reduce yield and impact your actual crop, your crop yield. So that is how Japanese beetle is going to impact. And there are over 300 known species of plants, and sorry, that's small writing, but that's not the whole list, but over 300 species of plants, host plants that Japanese beetle will feed on. That's going to be your edibles and ornamentals. You have corn, grape, roses, blackberry, raspberry, your caneberries. So two-prong effort with the eradication effort. So we have our trapping program, like I mentioned, which helps us detect where Japanese beetle is, so we know where to treat. On the left here, you have our cute little trap that catches a handful of beetles because we have a relatively small population right now. Over here, you can see in the Midwest where populations are well more established, we have way more beetles being caught. And this is for dramatic effect here. This is a 13-gallon trash bag filled with Japanese beetles, so you can kind of understand how intense how dense these populations can get. This is a very extreme case, but just to show that example. As mentioned, I'm going to go over just our eradication effort that began in 2016. So we caught 369 beetles that first year. And so in 2017, we began treatment. That treatment doesn't impact the amount of beetles that we are going to, that are that year's generation. It's going to be whatever beetles are laid that year. So we'll see the impacts the following year from that pesticide application. We personally do not do the application. We contract out, but we oversee all the work and do all of it. So that's where and I'm going to go through these pretty quick, but that's where Japanese beetle was first detected. And this is that first treatment area. It was about 1,000 acres treated that first year. And so this is going to look like a lot, but we then trapped way more densely in that area. So we were able to we caught a lot of beetles. We caught over 23,000 beetles that year. We expanded after this, we're going to expand our treatment area. And as you can see, even though we're expanding our treatment area, the beetles are actually going down because the treatments are starting to work, and the pulling the beetles actually out the previous year with the traps is also helping. So you're going to continue seeing that that area expand because we're trying to get around the current population so they don't keep spreading. And this is a multi-year. So we started 2017 and we're going to go all the way to 2025. In 2020, we did discover Japanese beetle on a small blueberry farm, a U-pick blueberry farm in the Cedar Mill area. It took us a couple of years to be able to treat on that property. And so in 2023, you actually see a spike in the population for the first time. That's because we put more traps around that area and we hadn't been able to treat, so that population was getting out of control. And I'll have a table so you can kind of see how drastically that changed. But that's why the asterisk is there. The population, generally speaking, outside of that blueberry farm is still going down at this time. So if we skip all the way to 2025, this is that last treatment area. As you can see, it's a bunch of little pockets now. That population, we've been isolating it to smaller pockets. We have little pockets on the east side of Portland as well, but generally speaking, everything is being reduced. And this is where the last trap catches were for 2025. In 2025, we caught 1,918 beetle total. Of that, 1,499 were on that one blueberry farm. So we only had 419 beetles caught everywhere else in the state. This is that table that shows you what that kind of looks like. You can see the acres treated going up, and then down, 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 and the beetles continuously going down, except for because of that blueberry farm there. And then this is to show you what that looks like, breaking it up with the blueberry farm. So again, just 419 beetles caught around the state outside of that one blueberry farm. So we're a lot of really good progress, and we were coming really close to making this happen. So we do have, there were 2 other single beetle detections this last year. There was one in Salem and one in LaGrange. Whether or not those are part of a bigger population, we don't know. And we're trying to figure out how to maybe trap a little bit to get a better understanding. So what is that? Where are we at right now? Well, for the fiscal year 2025 to 2027, the current one we're in, the Senate Bill 576 did not pass. This means that this last year was the last year for Japanese beetle treatment and trapping. There is an effort from OAN to try to get some funding through the short bill right now, but nothing's guaranteed at that moment. What that means is Oregon will lose its Category 1 status this year. And so what ODA has been doing is drafting up compliance agreements for industry to be able to sign so that they can ship product. And that's where I'm going to hand off to Kara so that she can kind of go into that. Yeah, thank you.
So while she's bringing up her presentation, there is an effort tomorrow, I think it'll be at the state to try and tack on some money to the Christmas tree. It's not a formal bill, but it'll be tacking onto the Christmas tree final funding opportunity in at the state level. So that may or may not happen, but you're always welcome to call up your representatives and make a kind request towards that. You guys can see how things have fluctuated over time, and so this is something that we need to think about if we do lose this funding and do lose the eradication program and what that means for the state, not just nurseries.
Since you're not a government state employee, you can say, why did the bill fail, or do you know what?
I don't entirely know why it failed. I think that to me personally, and I'm not a state person and I'm taking up your time, but we do actually have extra time, so it's fine. Is that it's been status quo. They're like, who has heard about Japanese beetle in Oregon? It's not like a common piece of information. And because it was being managed so well, I think that it was partially like we've had this funding forever. And I think the loss or the amount of funding constraints that are happening at the state level between that and just like the status quo, I think in hindsight, had growers and specialty crops at that time really being in tune and educated, I think this could have been a different scenario. But now we're looking at this on the back side of things and being like, oh, shoot. Like even me personally, like wish I would have known that failed. Oh, okay. So what does that mean?
Was coming up for a vote or something.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So I think that we've always just kind of taken for granted that it's just going to continue to be renewed and being part of funding. And that didn't happen. And so, there's a last ditch effort tomorrow. And so, this is where we're at. But anyway, this is why I want to tell you guys about this. It's important stuff. So go ahead.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah.
So I'm Cara Mills and I'm with the Nursery and Christmas Tree Program at the ODA. So if you do anything with the Nursery and Christmas Tree Program, I'm the lead, so I have more time than the manager to help answer questions and help address things. And I do have my business card on the table in the back. So although I'm speaking about Japanese beetles, anything nursery Christmas tree related, please feel free to throw my way in the future. And on that bill specifically, because we've been trying to figure out too, why was this struck off? The Christmas tree bill is sort of a catch-all. It's called the Christmas tree bill because it's like ornaments of all of these different pockets of money people are asking for. And so my understanding is that it was part of the packet one evening, and then the next day when they went to vote on it, multiple things had been removed. And that was one of them. And so who made that decision? I don't know who made that decision. I would like to know. But here we are in terms of what can we do now as a state? What does this mean for us in terms of plants coming into Oregon, plants going out of Oregon? So that's the big thing that the nursery industry is really deeply concerned about, is by changing the status to being, we're no longer known as an uninfested state, it's going to really strongly affect what you can get in, what you can send out, how much it's going to cost you to do that. So this is the same thing we talked about, that same Senate bill that did not pass. Here is of the United States, everything's sort of sorted into a different category in terms of their Japanese beetle status. So the green states are the ones that are considered uninfested, and to have that qualification, you need to be actively trapping and you need to be actively treating. The assumption is there is some level of Japanese beetles in almost all of these. So in the green states, category 1, that's what we have been, all the way down to the red states, which are the most highly infested ones. What this has meant for us historically is if people are buying plants in from one of these other category 3 states, they have to send us a notification email that I get. It shows their certification, it shows how they qualify, how they've managed the Japanese beetles. And we check that for as many. Ideally, everybody would send in all of their certifications coming in so that we could check for stuff, make sure they have all the quarantine requirements. I think it was in 2022, we had a notification email come in from Michigan. And Michigan's a category 3 state. It was apple trees. Half their nursery is in a screened house and treated for Japanese beetle, and the other half is open. And so half of the fruit trees they send are to category 3 states and they don't have to do anything special. And the other half come to category 1 states. Well, they shipped from the wrong part of the nursery. And so as the ODA, we actually deployed across the state and we collected these were apple trees that were shipped in soil in containers. And so the grubs can be in the soil even during, the non-flight season. So we went all over the state. We collected all of these plants and bagged them to try to protect us. So the effort is very intense trying to protect our industry here. But if we lose that category and we become either category 2, the yellow one, or category 3, which is the one we think we're most likely to turn into without our trapping program. We don't know yet. There's a national plant board that will make this decision. And we don't know, they're in discussions, so don't know what they will decide. Basically, to try to help support industry, we have a webpage dedicated to this. So if you just type in ODA, Oregon Nursery, Japanese beetle, any kind of combination, you can get to a page where we have all sorts of things talking about what does this mean to ship to these different areas. There are 3 counties right now that are considered positive because they had positive traps. So when we're negotiating with other states about what do we have to do, where you are located really is going to affect a lot. Again, here we have where the treatment was in 2025. Your location to a treatment area is important. This is a map showing all of the green dots are licensed nurseries in Oregon, wholesalers. So whether it's greenhouse or out in the field stock growers. The blue dots that are sort of under that are JB traps from 2025. And then the red ones that are hidden way up at the top are positives. What you can see is that we have a high intensity, high density of nurseries right in the same area where we've had Japanese beetles in the Willamette Valley. This is a very zoomed in close up. This is a map that we have a link to on our website, so you can zoom in and out and see how these overlay. But the important thing to see is this is the area of the blues are the traps that we had last year, and the greens are the overlays of the wholesale nurseries. Now, there have not been any positive finds at an actual nursery, right? So most of them are at that blueberry farm or they're in residential areas. So the way that the country has sort of organized, what do we do about this situation, is the National Plant Board got together and they came up with a Japanese beetle harmonization plan where we harmonize everything that we want together as a group. Basically, it has a lot of different recommendations. Sometimes states will say, we're going to follow those as our state requirements. Whatever's in this, that's what we're following. Sometimes states will say, we like that, but we would also like to add these 10 additional really strict things, and we only want you to use 2 chemistries if you're going to spray. And so this is a recommendation, but our website, if you were actually shipping, goes down state by state. Who are you shipping to? What are the really specific things that you need to know? And basically, what we are left at right now in order to be eligible to ship out of Oregon into a category 1 or 2 state is you have to qualify using one of these 4 things. You have to have bare root plants that you are shipping. You have to engage in trapping, which is typically within 1 mile around the edge of your nursery. You have to produce in a screen house with a very fine mesh, or you need to use chemical treatments. And this is what we would like to avoid by remaining category 1, especially additional chemical treatments. The less we do that, the better. But if we are not trapping and treating for that, that is one of the ways that you can help protect your crop. So bare root plants, bare root means different things to different nurseries. And the big thing that we're struggling with this year is that bare root is defined as 1/2 of an inch or less of a clump of soil. And so this can be really hard to do if you are digging out plants that have really intense meshed roots. Trying to mechanically knock out all that soil or wash it out is really problematic and can be very expensive. But if you are somebody who wants to ship and you want to go bare root, you need to be like the far right. No soil on that at all to qualify. If you want to be in a screen house, the mesh requirement is 1/8 of an inch. And then these have to have a nursery inspector go out and look at them. One of the things that other states do to be really careful so you don't have insects like this get in is if you have venting or fans, you still need mesh in those areas. If you have an entryway, you can't just open a door, you have to go into a vestibule and then seal the door and then go into the next door. And so that's why it has to be certified by the ODA, which is literally just one of our staff coming out, looking at the mesh, making sure everything's sealed. If you're going to be trapping, this is really cool. This is a zoomed in version of that same webpage that I was showing you with all the dots. The idea is that you want to know how many traps have there been around your property. And so on this site, you can type in your address. And so here's NREC typed in right there. And this is where we're located, right in the center. And all these blue dots are Japanese beetle traps from last year. If they are blue, that means they were negative. If they are red, that means they're positive. And with some of the states to qualify, you need to make sure that you were in an area that was trapped. And you have it, all the traps were negative in that 1 mile around you, etc. And so we have this tool to try to make it really easy. And it even lists exactly, like you can scroll through this for each of the traps, you can see exactly where they have been. So the trapping is going to be one of the really complicated factors. I recognize some of the names of some groups in here. If you want to help with trapping, we need more trapping agencies right now. There are a lot of people who are going to be able to qualify by having negative traps near them so they can avoid doing chemical treatments and avoid washing the roots. But if we don't have enough companies who are putting out the traps and checking them, people won't be able to certify that way. Basically, all traps have to be in place before June 1st. That's when flight season is considered to start. So if you know anybody who knows how to check traps or set traps, we're even looking at smaller groups of people who are willing to sign a contract with the ODA just to make sure they understand what the requirements are around nurseries. But we are very, very interested in as many people and companies who would like to trap as possible. So if you have any connections to this, it's going to be lucrative. There are a lot of nurseries who are going to need this. And so it's a good business opportunity. Some of our trapping companies that Oregon has are only in certain areas of the state, and so they can't get down maybe to the southern areas or to the northeast. The other problem is just having enough staff to go out and check all of these traps. But it's a really big need right now. So if you win the lottery, open up a little group to check our traps and you'll make your money back.
Okay, do you pay for people to go check them?
The nurseries have to pay for it.
Oh, the nurseries have to do it?
And that's one of the big things that's so frustrating about losing the funding for this is because the nurseries were not paying for this. And this doesn't just, protect the nurseries, it protects the vineyards, it protects the caneberries, it protects turf, it protects rose gardens everywhere. But the people who are actually going to be paying for it this year are going to be nurseries because they have to in order to ship it out. And so by advocating for bills like this to go through, it's protecting everybody for a very small amount of money. And so we're already estimating just paying for trapping and doing chemical treatments is going to cost more than $5 million for nurseries this year. It is less than $1 million to do the trapping program per year. And so this is a really good use of taxpayer money to protect a lot of us and to make things more easily traded between other states. And nursery industry is the largest agricultural industry in Oregon. And so it's really important that we continue to promote that. So just if you wanted to trap and you were vaguely curious and you wanted to read a really dense table that's super boring, I put this up for you. This is of course on our website, but it's just showing in general, like if you have 160 acres, you might have 12 traps, 8 traps, 30 traps, etc. as you get larger. There are pesticides that can be used at different times, whether it's going to be a dip treatment, a drench, granular, foliar. There is a fumigation option. It's not ideal though, since it's methyl bromide. But basically the category 1 states, these are the most strict ones. These are the green states. They're on the west side of the country. The category 2 are more of those central states. So anything that's good enough for a category 1 is good enough for a category 2, but not the other way around because these ones are more strict. We have so much information where you can drill down or drill out. So this is the overall zoomed out version of what kinds of active ingredients are approved in Oregon and will work for these types of treatments. So let's say you are a nursery, you do want to ship something out, you're shipping one plant out, you still need to have a compliance agreement. So the good thing is some of these states, there are exemptions. So like if you ship anything smaller than 7 inches or smaller than 12 inches to certain states, you don't have to do any of this, but it's not consistent state by state, which is one of the big complications. So if you do want to ship something out, you have to get a compliance agreement. It's on our website. It has to be signed. If you want to do trapping, there's extra documents you get to sign as well. And then the most important part before anything gets shipped out is that you have your nursery inspector come on site, because what they're going to do is they're going to verify that everything you're doing meets the quarantine requirements, and they're going to give you your certificate of quarantine compliance. And this is the magic piece of paper that we require in Oregon. Everybody coming from those category 3 states, they have to have this coming in, or we destroy the plants or send them back to their state. So if you're going to be shipping out of Oregon, you need to make sure you have one of these. There's no cost to them. So it's CQC, Certificate of Quarantine Compliance, no cost. You just have to have that signed compliance agreement, meet the requirements, have your inspector come out. And then before you ship things, you have to send that notification email to the state that they're going to. And these are the emails that we also monitor when they come in. So we have currently 10 nursery inspectors. Here are their territories within the state. In this map, which we have online, you can zoom in directly to your address and zoom into who your nursery inspector is, and it has their phone number, it has their email address, so you can figure out who you need to contact. And then with pre-notifications, again, whoever, if let's say you're a broker, okay, you're a broker shipping caneberries out, you need to make sure that if you're going to one of those category 1 states, the nursery that you're buying those plants from, they need to be in a compliance agreement. They need to have that CQC, that Certificate of Quarantine Compliance. They need to give both of those to you, because if you are taking plants out of the state, it's now your responsibility as the broker to have all the paperwork from any nurseries that are coming out with the plants. And so that's going to be a very important piece to pay attention to. What are the states and what are their restrictions when they need to have a compliance agreement? Right now, New Mexico, Colorado, Nevada, anything going to those states, they need to be in a compliance agreement with the ODA. Starting on May 1st, we have, you can see just a whole slew of additional states there. I'm not going to read through the list. We're not quite sure what's going to happen with Canada yet, because that is a formal thing that changes when our status changes. If we go to a category 3, the USDA then negotiates with Canada about what that means in terms of phytosanitary certificates and things like that. So we just don't know. So our status hasn't changed yet. If you are shipping to any one of the states listed here, the category 1s are the green, category 2s are the yellow, and some of them have additional special things that they require, like fewer chemicals that you're allowed to use, or some of them, they're good things. They'll say, you know, we don't care anything smaller than 12 inches in a container is going to be just fine. But if you're shipping to one of these where there's an extra X in this column, that's when you really need to come to our webpage and you can drill down and you can see what those requirements are. Okay, I don't want to go into too many details with the specific states. We're having lots of town hall meetings and getting lots of really, really detailed questions from nurseries. I know you are not my target audience. And so I'm just going to do really quick, just showing the kind of differences that states are thinking about stuff. So you do not have to read all this. This is from a town hall meeting. But the idea with Colorado is they want to know those treatment zones, those eradication zones, depending on how close your nursery is to one of those zones, is going to affect what you have to do to ship stuff out. In Idaho, here we go. Idaho has a different trapping requirement than some other states. So instead of just trapping your nursery in like that mile around it, they want a certain density for every single county. This is tough. We used to do it just fine when we had the program going on. But without that happening, we're trying to brainstorm how can we use whatever data nurseries are using, and then maybe try to supplement that if we have staff or time or money for that, to try to get that county level. No idea if it's going to be sufficient. So our program manager, Kevin Bailey, is having lots of one-on-one discussions multiple times a week with a lot of the states that have these specialty requirements, including Idaho. But again, if you are interested in being a trapping company, there are going to be opportunities for you. And then Nevada is slightly different too, in the sense that they're interested in that map that I had where you put your address and you see the traps in that 1 mile radius. That's what they want to see. And so we have all these different types of maps available because depending on where you're shipping, it might be, are you near a treatment zone? Do you have a trap in your area? What's your situation? It's just very, very complicated. So here's the landing page for our Japanese beetle page for the nursery. IPPM, which he comes from, has their own sort of background and great page. And they're the ones who generated most of those maps. I just linked to them on our site. But if you look at ODA and Japanese beetle, you're going to find one of those 2 pages. So make sure you direct yourself to the one that you need more of the background for. Just all the sorts of frequently asked questions. What are certifications? What are notifications? What are the soil options? So much stuff. So we don't need to go through any more level of detail than that unless you have a very specific question. This is our program manager, Kevin Bailey, and his information. Again, I'm Cara Mills. I'm the program lead in my information, and I have my card back on the corner of the table by Louisa. So I think at this time we can take any questions about biology or impact or shipping or anything. Yeah.
Are there any natural enemies to that pest?
Yes, it's just not as prevalent as say in Japan where the beetle is native to, and that's why it's a nuisance here. But yeah, there are some biocontrol stuff, but nothing nothing to like completely control it with natural enemies.
Bill online was asking if there is if this is a similar type of beetle to the European Schaefer beetle. He was talking about having a lot of damage in our region with the grubs of that beetle.
Yeah, European Schaefer, is another turf pest. Will also, a pretty similar beetle, scary beetle that feeds on root systems and soft tissue with plants. Where was that located at?
I'm not sure if he generalized it to the Pacific Northwest. So we have people that are like from Washington and even California, so it could be any of the above.
Yeah, I know European, for us, we haven't been doing anything to actively control our population in Oregon, but we do have it kind of in that North Portland area, kind of around the airport, and it has gotten just kind of to a point where we can't really manage that at this time.
I guess this is related but separate. Is the spotted lanternfly? Where's that on your guys'?
Yeah, that's definitely on our radar. So that one's definitely, can come in through many ways. They lay egg masses on anything, and so really can be brought here by anyone, anything, cargo, all that. We have had a few kind of, I guess, close calls. We found a viable egg mass up in the Dalles. We were able to remove it, and we have not found any up there since. We have also had a iNaturalist, as everybody know, iNaturalist. People get to take photos and post. There was an iNaturalist report for one in Portland, a nymph, but we did visual surveys all summer and did not come across one. So different kind of insect, but has some significant impacts too, right? It causes dew, so it can cause molds and also hurt plants. But it has Tree of Heaven is its main host. So if you know where Tree of Heaven is, feel free to just take a peek at your Tree of Heaven there and keep an eye out. They're pretty easy to identify.
And then remove your Tree of Heaven.
Yes, and then do that. Yeah. It is invasive.
That's another one of those insects where there's a federal quarantine for those. And so infested states have to reach the federal quarantine standards. And part of the way that we try to help our community as the ODA is, since we have those inspectors, since lots of things can come in, diseases and pests on plants when they're being shipped into Oregon, we can have the inspectors go out and they can look for things like that, as well as our entomology team who's looking at other areas, not tracking specifically plants, could be bringing stuff.
So, go ahead.
May I ask, so are you guys utilizing the iNaturalist to help keep?
There's no good setup. Like they don't have like alarm bells when somebody scans in something. Unfortunately, it'd be nice if they incorporated that and we were able to just get a message when something that shouldn't be here just pops up all of a sudden. I think there's been an effort to try to make that happen, but we just kind of have our list that our lab will check a naturalist from time to time, search and see if it pops up, and if it pops up, then then we look into it.
I've had one in my yard now. I know what it is.
What is that?
The Japanese beetle.
Oh, Japanese
Yeah.
beetle. And where are you located at?
Beaverton.
In Beaverton, yeah.
It's like almost 4 years ago now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that would make sense that it was in Beaverton. If it was somewhere outside of Beaverton or Portland, I would have been, where do you live? Maybe we can look into that and see if there's something. But yeah.
Well, if you have plants in the ground too, like it would be good to go to that map that we have, zoom into your address and kind of see what did traps look like last year. Because if you do have some positives, it's gonna be really informative to you in case there's something you want to do as protectant this year.
And there are things that local, people who live in areas where Japanese beetle is, you can do to kind of help reduce the spread and hopefully buy us a little bit of time to see if maybe funding comes through. But definitely try not to move plants out of the quarantine area. Don't do any plant swaps, anything like that, and just be aware. We also used to, we used to have a yard debris quarantine for the area too, but that was so expensive that we had to drop that because of funding. But we were making it where we were diverting all of the yard waste in those quarantine areas to an area to be buried so that we weren't spreading this thing. So
I'm just throwing this out there, and it's probably you can't even answer the question, but maybe a range of years that there's no eradication program starting this year. Approximately how many years until without an eradication program and kind of just general management do you feel like it's going to start really impacting a lot of other specialty crops in the state? If you had to guess.
I don't think I should guess. I honestly don't feel comfortable guessing because I have no idea. It really depends on how active people are within the areas that Japanese beetle already is. Like, are they going to bring it out? You saw that just at that blueberry farm we were catching, it went from 300 beetles to 1,000 beetles to 5,000 beetles over 3 years. So this thing the population can go up. Each female can lay like 60 eggs, per season. So it can get out of hand relatively quick.
Then humans can be vectors.
Yeah.
To spread them from those areas in Oregon to other areas to increase that too. Other question? So as a state agency, I cannot recommend you lobby for anything. But if you were interested in what the Oregon Seed Council thinks about this, or the Oregon Association of Nurseries, I know they have said they have some good outreach material about things that you can do to participate if as the public you wanted to participate in something.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, there's tools and other specialty crop toolboxes that will help A, educate, and B, advocate towards this, because there's something to consider.
And if you just have a backyard garden, this is the funding that's helping to protect your personal plants too from this infestation eventually coming and attacking your stuff. So it helps all of us individually too. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you all.
Good luck. Okay, so our next presentation is actually online. Oh, I see Tim. Tim, you should be able to share your screen. Let me know if you having problems with that. Tim Delbridge is with Oregon State University, and he's going to be talking about the new blackberry production cost estimate information that was published. Well, you'll tell me, but within the last year. I think it was late last year, maybe middle of last year. But go ahead.
Sure, thank you. And sorry I'm not there in person today. I always learn something, and I just did in the last 10 minutes, but I always learn more when I'm there in person. So I wish I could have been there. Um, yeah, so my goal today is to give you a bit of background on the BlackBerry Enterprise budget that we did publish. It was actually a little bit longer ago. I just looked this up when I was preparing this deck, and it was in December of 2024. So more than a year ago, actually, this went out. But give you a bit of background about how we do these, why we did this particular one, when we did. And then honestly, I'd love to get a little bit of feedback if anybody's willing to share on maybe what we can do with these or a similar type product or output to make these a bit more productive for growers. Like she said, I'm Tim Delbridge. I'm based here in Corvallis in the Department of Applied Economics. My position is 50% extension focused on farm management, ag profitability. Generally, I tend to do a lot with risk management, some technology adoption stuff. Lately, I've been doing a lot with labor, and then these enterprise budgets also tend to fall often within my job description. And the other 50% I teach in our undergraduate programs. First of all, let me point out in case you don't know even where to find them, where are our enterprise budgets? So I put an address here, but really the way that I always look them up is I Google OSU enterprise budgets, and it's the first Google result. So it takes us to a department page or a website managed by our Department of Applied Economics, and it lists all the crops with archived budgets, new budgets, old budgets, all mixed together with different categories. So there's a berry category. And if you go to the berries category, you see a bunch of blueberry budgets and 2 blackberry budgets. And our most recent one from 2024 is there, December of 2024. I do want to point out, and this is something maybe I should just I'm going to leave it here because if I go to the website, I'm going to mess up the Zoom. But we do now, or I do when I do one of these, I always put the spreadsheet up also that I use to build the tables in the PDF published budget, so that if you want to put in your own numbers or play around with things, change assumptions, you can do that if you have some basic Excel competency, which I think most people can play around with a few numbers. And if you mess it up too bad, you can download a new copy. So I think that hopefully is a little bit more helpful than just the PDF that you can't really change easily. So feel free to Google OSU enterprise budgets and check those out. If there's other crops that you produce, there might be something there for those crops too. I know we've got a relatively recent blueberry one for maybe a year or two ago. We did a bunch of vegetable ones. The tree fruit ones tend to get updated fairly frequently. Why did we update in 2024? So I use these slides mostly. I'm not going to have too much interesting content here. This is mostly to remind me what to say. But we updated in 2024, actually before I really ever got to know any of you all or engaged with the commission. I was contacted by colleagues, economists at Washington State, Karina Gallardo and Suzette Gallinado. And they had a project going with some colleagues here at OSU called Beat the Heat. That's focused on heat stress and caneberries. You probably have been hearing all about that project. I don't know where it stands in its timeline. But they don't have any blackberry growers up there, and they needed some information on cost of production for blackberries because they had both black and raspberries in their project. And I just got to OSU in the fall of 22, so I thought this was a great way to get involved. But this budget wasn't funded by the commission or anyone really. I was totally outside of this project. I was just doing it because I thought maybe it would help and it would give me an opportunity to engage with some caneberry producers and learn a bit about this part of Oregon ag. So it must have been, I mean, it takes a while to get these out. It must have been late 2023, maybe, when we started talking to folks. And when we do these enterprise budgets, it's always kind of the same model. We have to look at the existing budgets and decide whether or not an update to the baseline scenario assumptions is needed. So in some cases, like I'm about to do one for sweet cherries and the Dows. And the most recent one was only a couple of years ago. It is pretty spot on in terms of the types of production practices that they assume. So really, it's a issue of updating prices, input prices. Maybe we review and make sure that the yield forecasts still seem reasonable, that sort of thing. With this blackberry budget, there hadn't been a budget since 2009. So we did a kind of a total overhaul of the establishment and production of blackberry as it's done now, compared to, you know, in 2009. And you all know a lot more better than I do how much blackberry production has changed in those 15 years. But basically, we talked to a bunch of growers, as many as we can, I think is maybe the way to say it, about what their opinion on what represents a typical or a reasonable kind of middle of the road approach to production. Of course, there is no single farm scenario or set of assumptions that's going to represent everybody. So we do our best to get something that's kind of generally reasonable and helpful to as many people as possible. That includes, what variety are we going to grow? This one for blackberry, was a lot of discussion about what we were going to end up assuming on variety. Operation size, what should we assume? And this one, we're kind of thinking, well, if somebody is considering putting in some berries, how much would they put in? So we ended up going with 30 acres. We ended up going with Columbia Star. What's reasonable yield, all the production practices. And we get pretty detailed. We get we're trying to make these as accurate as possible. So there's a lot of information on timing of production practices. How much time does each step in the process take, which is, it's an involved data collection process. Each grower that we met with, was in a Zoom or in person for a couple of hours. So we do that. We kind of triangulate towards what's a kind of a reasonable middle ground, because everyone has slightly different opinions. And we put together a draft. We call all the input suppliers and get the most up-to-date prices for things. In this case, we're asking about, posts and wire and, of course, the chemical inputs, and get all those prices in. We work with OSU extension faculty that aren't necessarily involved with this project, but around the college, folks that might be able to weigh in with some expertise on irrigation or whatever it is. And then finally, we circulate that draft back out to growers and say, hey, this is what we've got so far. What did we miss? Should we revise? And we always do end up revising a little bit. It goes through a peer review process with other extension faculty in other states. And then it can be posted to our website. So it's a fairly involved process. It takes a lot longer than it seems like it should, frankly. But hopefully it ends up adding value in the end. I'll get into some results in a second and what we showed, but just to highlight a couple of huge differences between 2009 and 2024. I mentioned we chose Columbia Star instead of the assumption of Marion in 2009. The 2009 budget was, I think it included an alternate year system as an option. We kind of threw that out and went with the common strategy now, the new over old. Our acreage was 30 acres. The previous one was 20 acres. within a larger farm, but 30 acres of blackberries. The plant spacing was different. We assumed a shorter planting life with the assumption that Columbia Star is not going to give you as many years as Marion. Lots of assumptions. Those are kind of the biggest ones that have the most impact on the end result. And when we do all those calculations, well, first I should mention the other ones that make a big impact is the yield and price assumptions. And we assumed in the baseline budget 12,000 pounds an acre and $1.20 per pound price. When we do all the math, and this includes machinery costs and labor and purchased inputs and plants and posts and wire and irrigation, it comes out to an establishment cost. It came out to a total establishment cost, including overhead, of $24,000, 547 per acre. We assumed, so that 2 years of establishment and 13 years of full production. With all those assumptions, and this is, everyone sort of skips to the last number, the net income number per acre. With all these assumptions, it ended up being $1,624 of profit per year during full production. So this does include, and this is kind of an important detail that I think sometimes gets missed in these budgets, is that this does include the establishment costs amortized over the remaining 13 years of production. So a nice way to think about this is if we hypothetically borrowed every penny that we spent on establishment at an interest rate of 10% and then repaid that loan over the course of the subsequent 13 years, we would end up with 1,624 net profit after all of our operating costs, our machinery overhead, everything, our own owner time and the establishment costs, assuming those prices. And I've been talking a lot. Can I just ask a quick question? Because I'm embarrassed to say I don't know. What was the ballpark blackberry price this year or last year?
70 cents.
70 cents. Okay. So that's, not fun to talk about, but it's a nice example for how we can use these budgets. Nobody got $1.20. That right now may look like a crazy assumption, but we anticipate that. We know that the pricing is going to vary from year to year. And so what we do, actually, I am now going to pull open, let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull open the budget so I can talk about break-even costs. And while I'm doing this, if anyone has any questions on process, I'd be happy to field them.
Any thoughts so far, guys?
I think you had a question online.
Is there a question online? Nope. Just telling me to double ask the questions.
Oh, okay. Let me see here. Okay.
There's a question here.
Yeah.
One, is there a working capital interest assumption in these numbers? And two, is there if you own your own land, is what's used for a land rent payment either to yourself or to someone else? Is that covered?
Yeah, yes to both. Okay. The land rent, I'd have to check in here. And all the details are listed out in our assumptions. And then the spreadsheet you can dig into as well. My recollection is that we maybe assumed own land and an opportunity cost of that land with by assuming a cost of capital probably of 8% or something like that. So I think it ends up being, here it is, fixed costs. Where is land? Yeah, $900 per acre per year in land charge. It might be a little high. I don't know. So in any event, what I wanted to point out was the break evens. And so you got different levels of break even pricing. The highest break even price is going to be the break even price that covers all of your overhead costs. So everything, cash costs, depreciation, interest, amortized establishment costs that I just discussed. And if we're assuming a 12,000 pound per acre yield, that break even return is $1.06. We didn't get close to that last year, I guess, and we get down into these other levels. So the next level, 62 cents, that covers your total cash costs, depreciation, but doesn't contribute anything to your establishment costs and the carrying costs, the opportunity costs of your land, your interest paid on your, I think that includes interest paid on operating loans, but I have to check the details. And then, you get all the way to 54 cents, 52 cents, which weren't too far off of this year. And you're not even covering your cash costs. So this is, again, and I will say this again and again and again, every time I have a conversation about enterprise budgets, we know that this is not accurately reflecting any individual operation. This is meant to be a kind of a benchmark. Roughly, where are we? And then I think, maybe one of the most valuable way to use these is to think about the sensitivity of your income as we vary the price and the yield. Okay, so this table 4 here is a sensitivity analysis where we have our estimated net returns at different combinations of price and yield. So our baseline is right here, right in the middle, 12,000 pounds at $1.20. And we can, go up or down in both yield and price and see where that net return is. Now, again, I think the value is saying, well, how much does that 15 cents a pound cost us in terms of net profit per acre? Or, how much does that, an extra 1,000 or 2,000 pounds get us in yield if we can get there? So I'm going to stop this one.
Tim, I have a general kind of question, or rather, because I'm not a grower, I'll just share kind of some of the things I've heard growers talk about.
Sure.
And that's around like.
Do you want to come closer to the?
Sure,
I can hear great, actually.
Okay, I'll just try to speak louder. But the concern being that like this budget, and especially with like a break-even price point like that, you're kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because a grower working through a buyer or potentially new buyers who look at that $1.06 kind of break-even point, they may assume, seeing that out there, like, oh, if the general pricing's around 70 cents, we're not even going to go to this Oregon market because they're not going to sell it to us at that price because their cost of production is higher than that. Vice versa, if price is higher, you're going to get pushback from buyers saying that, well, I'm not going to pay you $1.50 on something like 50% over what your production cost is. So I guess, and I know your caveats and everything, like this is a very big generalization of a lot of individual potential scenarios, but I guess, how do you think about that in terms of, proliferating these sort of numbers into the environment?
Yeah, sure. That's a good question. I've heard that concern, right? Like, is this providing sensitive information to buyers? I think a couple of things. One, I don't think it scares off buyers from a market. I think that supply and demand are what sets price in a and I'll get to this, but in a competitive market, of course, I think unfortunately producers often are forced to sell their crop below the cost of their total production. I don't think that that's uncommon. I think that if you look across the United States this year, there's not just specialty crops, but there's people across the sector that are selling below their total cost of production. So I my thinking is that they may wonder if these low prices are sustainable in a given market, but I don't think that scares people off. But I might be misunderstanding some nuance of the supply chain and BlackBerry specifically. The other question, the other side of that, I guess, is does this give valuable information to processors or buyers that hurts growers? That could be true if I think two facts hold, and that would be one, that the processors don't also have estimates of how much it costs to grow blackberries. And I don't know, my impression of the blackberry market is that the blackberry processors are often operated in large part by people that are very close to production themselves. So I would imagine that processors have an idea of what it costs to grow blackberries. And I don't know, in a way, maybe I'd be honored if this was real novel information to processors, but I kind of doubt it. But it's a legitimate concern. I get it. I wouldn't be offended if a grower didn't want to talk and share their information. I really wouldn't. But I don't know how big of an issue that is. The other thing that would have to hold is that they would have to have enough power in the market, enough of the market share that they don't have to worry about the berries going to somebody else. If there's enough competition on the buyer side that you have to compete for berries, then it doesn't matter whether or not they'd like to pay less. They're going to have to pay more. But again, that's an issue with the structure of the supply chain and berries, and I admit that I'm not that close to it. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, do you think that's a real concern in this market?
Should we do a raise of hands?
Oh, I can't see you anyway, but
I'll ballpark it for you.
I am curious.
Like raise of hands, like who thinks that that's a concern?
Yeah, because like the other stuff at the grocery store, they don't tell the price that it costs to make it.
I saw one hand go up. I'm pretty sure that there would be more, but
I don't think it's gonna make any difference myself, because back in 2009, when Bernadine did that study with Marion berries and came out of like a $1.20, whatever it was, a pound to break even, it was an ungodly number, and we've never had that price, or maybe 1 year out of the last 15. I mean, the biggest problem we've got right now is that there's about 4 packers left.
Yes.
And so you don't have options. Either you tie in with one of those 4 and hold on tight, or you get kicked to the curb. But the one thing that's happened recently is that there's a lot of acres coming out, which tells me and the industry that it's not profitable anymore. And part of the reason isn't because we expect to get $1.06 a pound or $1.20 a pound every year, but it's because the yields haven't been there. I mean, it was pretty common 10, 15 years ago to get 7, 8, 9 ton to the acre, but by golly, since 2017, I don't know what changed, but if you hit 6 ton, you're thinking you hit the jackpot. It just isn't there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, in that, the kind of econ 101, we'll look at that break-even price, and if you're not getting to where you're even covering, forget about your establishment. That maybe says that you won't put in new acres, but once you got it already planted, if you're not even covering your operating expenses, well, then yeah, supply will adjust for sure, right? You can't supply at that price. And then whether or not you get an adjustment in the market when supply and demand start to balance out a little bit and the price starts to come up, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on where else blackberries are being produced and if the buyers can make up the difference from other locations. I don't know the answer to that.
And that's happening. That's happening a lot. I mean, this last year, a friend of mine that was raising evergreen blackberries and the packer he was selling to offered him 25 cents a pound. And he says, why would I pay you more than that? I can buy them out of Mexico, sort outs for 25 cents a pound, already packaged and frozen. And then a lot of it too is, the Northwest berries have a little better flavor, but a lot of these guys are bringing in foreign fruit and then blending it off. So if you run, you can call it a marionberry pie if it's got over 50% marionberries. And so if you throw in 50% marionberries and 50% two-piece and your price average, you're coming out pretty good. They are coming out pretty good.
Yeah. No, and that all makes sense.
Scott, did you want to make a?
Yeah, I wanted to add, I think it's more dynamic than supply and demand. I think it's the value of the supply. And so just like what he was saying, is that they can find it cheaper if we have high quality blackberries and it doesn't make a difference to the end consumer. I'm not saying the packers. I'm going down to the end consumer. If they don't know the difference and they're going to buy it, they're going to buy on price. How much do you hear every day in the news? Stuff costs too much. So they figured out, how do we make it cheaper? We buy it from we buy it from South America, we buy it from Chile because they have a lower price point. At the end of the day, the consumer's getting a lower value product, but they don't see it as that. They're seeing it as like, oh, what kind of value will I pay for this product? And I think there's demand for it, but at the end of the day, is the value that they want to pay is more than they think the demand will tolerate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, I think, is that the consumers are not willing to pay the prices that perhaps they once were, or at least that hasn't increased with costs. And yeah, that's a demand story for sure, right? We've seen it across processed vegetables and fruits for years, right? There's a shift towards more and more fresh. I know that that's tied up with the blackberry market because of the fresh blackberries kind of taking a little bit of that what was previously Oregon processed market. But yeah, I mean, if consumers are less excited about processed fruit, that's gonna cause some weakness in the price for sure. So yeah, it's not a happy story. I suppose, in the remaining few minutes that we have, if we do have any, I'd love to hear any thoughts that you have on, I mean, heck, even if it's not related to enterprise budgets, is there a perceived need from this group in terms of OSU extension economics specifically? Is there a different model that you would be interested in seeing for cost of production stuff, or are there other issues? I mean, I have relatively little interaction with the caneberry community. I've been talking a lot with tree fruit and a bit with dairy and the nursery folks, but is there anything on your mind that I can use?
Can you do different scales, like a small, a medium, a large?
In terms of the enterprise budget or cost of production study?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so when we did this one, the goal was to aim at we chose 30 because our understanding is that 30 is about what you would handle with one picker. If you only had one machine, how many acres could you do with it? I'm curious, if say you've got smaller, say you've got 10 acres or something, would that be like a custom harvest situation?
A used machine.
Would you, okay. But would it, you'd kind of want to avoid it, like setting up a scenario that's going to be like wildly unprofitable, even under like decent scenarios. And sometimes those capital costs can get crazy. But with an old machine, maybe 10 acres. To be honest, like we haven't talked about adding more scenarios, but certainly with, there are crops where there's obvious demand for these products and we set those up. Do you think that'd be something that would be useful?
I think it'd be interesting to see that, because I can imagine somebody doing like 30 acres versus somebody doing 200 acres. Like I
Sure.
feel like there would be, like, there's gotta be a difference there where.
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course. And that's really, as we're talking about, we have no control over price. And so the only thing that you have even a little bit of control of is your cost of production. And that's why we see consolidation in the ag sector generally, and we have been for 100 years. That's a good point.
So Tim, you're saying the economy of scale kind of come into play with the different sizes between the different acreages?
I would expect it to be the truth. Like I said, I don't know as much about blackberries as I do some other crops. And so well, I'll just throw it out there. The other thing that we've been working on quite a bit is things like labor related regulation, cost of compliance with different state and federal regulations related to agriculture. Ag overtime is kind of working on that now. And we did a preliminary one last year with data before we rolled into the 48-hour threshold. But both of those examples, you see smaller producers spending more money on a per acre basis than larger producers, right? There's economies of scale in almost every aspect of production, right? Whether it's your paperwork for food safety, or your pesticide reporting, or your labor safety training, it always costs small growers more to manage that stuff. And ag overtime is another one. I don't know, actually, I haven't had this conversation with blackberry producers. I don't know how much ag overtime is hurting. But a larger producer has more people to move around, more flexibility, probably a better system for onboarding people, so it costs less in kind of a fixed cost to bring on a new employee. Yeah, I mean, there's economies of scale. I don't know exactly what the nature of those is in blackberry, or if there's some sort of unique issues with machinery or other production side issues. But I would be shocked if it costs more to produce with 200 acres than it does with 30.
Okay, sorry, we were run out of time, unfortunately, but here is Tim's information, and so he is always available to reach out, or I'm speaking on behalf of you, Tim, but I feel like when I contacted you, you've been very...
I've responded to the emails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I try.
Anyway, we do really appreciate you. I know you're kind of in between classes, so we really appreciate you coming in even online.
My pleasure. I hope to get a chance to interact with you all more. I love going to those commission meetings and learning some stuff and eating some frozen blueberries at the same time.
It's a bonus. Thank you.
Blackberries. Sorry. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Okay. Last but not least, we have Matt Helms, who is with Agrigene, and I'm going to see slides.
All right, 45-second stretch. Everybody up. Come on. Guys gotta get up. Come on. All right. You gonna lead us? Here we go.
Yeah, when she starts going.
I mean, look at those.
So this is kind of the in-depth look that Jana Lee had just started discussing. And so we'll have, why am I, oh, presenter mode. I'm already at that.
To hear me.
You do not.
Okay,
No,
all right, great.
No, you should be fine.
And you can keep standing if you want. It doesn't bother me. I want everybody. So,
It's hard to fall asleep if you're standing up.
what's that?
It's hard to fall asleep if you're standing
Yeah.
up.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
So we are going to slink through the pesticide credit sheets along the way. So that'll also be able to keep you busy. So go ahead.
All right. So first of all, thanks, Julie, for the invitation. Matt Helms with Agrigene. Jana kind of did a little intro piece here. What I'd like to do is just touch on one slide on the technology or two. Jana kind of set it up really well. Really just talk about where we're at and where we're trying to go with our sterile male SIT technology. That's some of the data that we've seen. And really where we're at right now is we're working to get to the market in 2027. If things line up regulatory wise, I'll share kind of where that's at and open it up for questions. Part of what I'm trying to do, there's different market segments out here. My job as the commercial lead is to figure out how every market's different. So I was in Washington State earlier this week, learned a lot this week up there. Before I move on, I just want to say a thank you to Dr. Gina Lee, and you probably know this very well, but what a great asset right here in your backyard. And Dr. Gina Lee did so much work that went into our dossier package to get our product reviewed into the EPA. So I just want to publicly thank you for all the work that you've done for us and for the community here, because it's just top notch. So I just wanted to state that here from the beginning. So thank you. Just real quickly, who is Agrigene? What is this company? We're a startup company. The company was actually founded out of the University of California, Riverside in a lab. Dr. Stephanie Gamez, who I was going to be with me, but had to go back due to some situations back home in St. Louis, was part of really the group that founded this technology out of the University of California system. Real short version here is company then moved with a PI and Dr. Gamez to UC San Diego. And as some investors came into the company, Osprey, who is our largest investor, there's a blueberry farmer, Carl Casale, just right up the road here, who's been involved with that group, was very keenly aware of SWD, the issues, and really that's how we got going. And then we moved the company to St. Louis because we get 3x out of every dollar in St. Louis as compared to being in California. And we actually have a pretty good ag tech ecosystem with talent. Companies like Monsanto. I actually came from that organization, ran the crop protection business there for North America. So that's a little bit of who we are. We're about 11 people and 2 contractors. We're tiny, but hopefully as we keep moving along here, like that popcorn brand, tiny but mighty. You guys know the SWD story. There's a couple points though I'd just like to share kind of on if you're in a broader sense, big ag tech companies. The pest is everywhere in the world right now, from what I understand, except for Australia and New Zealand. It's spread that quickly. And when we talk to some of the top fruit brands and they're saying, hey, my number one issue to deliver fresh berries, i.e. Driscoll saying that is this pest problem. I haven't seen it in my 27 years in agriculture since when I came out of college in the mid 90s, when there were weed resistance issues and people were moving to the Roundup Ready technology in terms of such a potential demand. Now, the thing is, globally, we're spending almost $2 billion on pesticides for SWD. It's mind-blowing when you actually look at the number of acres, but the dollars and then the economic loss. The other thing that I just want to bring up, because you guys know all the other pieces in terms of economics, resistance we talked about, where pesticides are at, but the challenge is we're not getting new tools into the market. So that's part of the issue of why all these big ag tech companies have combined. It's a terrible ROI, R&D treadmill that they're all on. Because even if you're fortunate or lucky, it's at least 12 years. I think that's optimistic because that's kind of the space I came from. And it's over $300 million. So it's a terrible ROI. And we've all seen it out here. The average age of the top insecticides used to control SWD, they were introduced 43 years ago. That's the average age of the products that we're using out here. So Jane will kind of walk through, and I'll again just do a quick refresher. What is our technology? we're using gene editing. We're inserting a Cas9 endonuclease in the female. It could be any endonuclease. It could be Cas12. It could be a zinc fingers. We just happen to, for this first product, we're using Cas9. And then we're using a guide RNA in the male. And the magic happens when those two parental lines mate, they produce only sterile males. And as Jana mentioned, what makes this technology economically viable, because the technology is proven, it's been used by the USDA, it's been used to eradicate pests, but by producing only sterile males reduces the cost of manufacturing or rearing substantially to make this an economically viable tool that a consumer, a producer can afford, not just the USDA or a government agency. And we have healthy flies because we're not bombarding them with radiation or using tetracycline, taking a fitness cost or a significant fitness cost, and we're going to deliver them as pupae to have the whole life ahead of them. So that's kind of, what's happening over here. It's proven. I kind of talked about the dollars, the regulatory path, and Jana also talked about this. What I'm seeing right now, again, and knock on wood, but so far, the agencies that we're working with, EPA and USDA, have to approve our technology. Then the corresponding states have to approve it. But they are very open and interested in engaging with us. I haven't seen this type of engagement from my prior larger ag days. I think they really are looking for something like this to succeed. Okay, there's no genetic transfer of our technology in the environment. And that is a huge key for this technology type versus a few of the others that Gina mentioned. Okay, I'm not going to go into this. This is just a pictorial here of traditional SIT versus ours. I kind of talked through the key pieces. You'll see a few pictures. This is our current version of a release box. And I'm going to go through the process of how does this all happen from an agrigene insectary to a contract partner insectary, beneficial companies that you guys likely work with today, and how does it get to your farm? But we're looking at some sort of release box mechanism that'll have pupae that'll be deployed on a per acre basis. So, some of the other benefits besides the no genetic transfer, we can't develop resistance. Now, there could be a potential evolution, and we are having academics look at mating behavior. In other words, do the females sense that this is a sterile male? We've done some work at Michigan State University. Not quite equal. I think if you put a wild type with our sterile male, there's a slight preference for the wild type, but we'll get through our deployment, what we're currently thinking of how we would utilize the technology. And we can also integrate, because the background of our sterile males actually come from Oregon. From Dr. Lee here is our current genetic background. So we can refresh, and we're in the process of integrating additional genetics into our lines as we go forward. Obviously, we don't have issues in terms of pre-harvest reentry intervals, things of that nature, which become important related to workers, harvest intervals, things of that nature. So this is just showing a study from the lab with and without. We're calling our technology Knockout SWD. And this is just a simple side-by-side where we basically placed blueberries in different vials with and without our Knockout SWD. And obviously we're seeing the infestation here, the seepage, etc. We do have females because seminal fluid is exchanged from our sterile males. The females believe they are pregnant and they actually lay eggs, but there's nothing in those eggs. There's no viability. So if you actually look really closely, you can see some little holes there from those females that laid eggs, but there's nothing that results from that. So how are we thinking again? And I'll kind of go through a couple of field studies and where we're trying to go. We've had some limitations in terms of our ability to test this on a broad scale. Only up to 10 acres of open fields in an entire year. Okay, so that makes it a little bit challenging as we get to the marketplace. But how we're looking at this would be a planned program approach. And this is just pick a 12-week application period. We want to release early and we want to release consistently and often. So in this little pictorial example, let's say it's about an 8-week harvest or harvest period, we would want to go out 2 to 3 weeks in advance and try to get ahead of that curve of wild type SWD that would be infesting the crop. My analogy is it's kind of like the COVID curve. We want to keep it down and push it out. Right now, our current plan is that we will have 4 to 8 release boxes delivered every week to the field, and that this will be a planned program. Now, that's part of my job as the commercial person here to kind of figure out, well, how does this work? Because it's a different number of weeks in Oregon and Washington versus Oxnard. So we might have like chunks of where you can buy like 4 weeks at a time, but that is part of my job to kind of figure out. We do want to go early. We want to go consistent and get ahead of the curve. Okay. 4 to 8 release boxes. Our goal would be that we could get that down to 4. And our goal, instead of every week, that we could stretch that out to 10 to 14 days. But as we come to the market, we're going to err on the side of going for maximum control. One of the studies that we're actually trying to work out with Jana right now is looking at dispersal. So if we had 1 box, just how does the dispersal of our knockout flies look? Are we going to have potential gaps or hot spots in an acre between X number of boxes being deployed? So that's one example of additional trials that we'll be doing this year. So this is highly scalable, and how are we going to scale it? So we're going to take the male and female parental lines that we described, that's up here in point number 1. We're going to supply those to partner commercial insectaries. So think companies like BioLine, BioBest, Coper. Associates Insectary is a smaller organization down by Oxnard. So those are 4 organizations that we are currently engaged with, and they're all at different stages. Those organizations know how to rear. They have distribution channels, whether it's direct shipments with trucks, cargo vans, or the next day delivery systems and the cost structures that have been defined. And they will deliver those release boxes to the farm. Obviously, they get deployed. Pupae are about 2,500 pupae per release box. There's punch holes in there. You punch those out. 24 to 72 hours later, they emerge as sterile males. They look for females, and they look for fruit. So a couple of our open field trials that we had this last year, Louis Nottingham down at Washington State. And again, I wish we don't have like an N of 50 reps here, because we do these trials and I get one shot of a treated versus untreated, and it chews up the acres. And then we have a couple trials, like we had another one in Michigan State that was 3 acres, and guess what? We didn't have pressure. So we've adjusted how we're doing trials going forward. So we're going to have some open field trials, but we're going to have more replicates where we have screens over raspberries, over blueberries, even over cherry trees, and replicating so that we can ensure we're going to have more data in addition to the open field trials. Washington State, though, what we did was we did 10,000 knockout on a weekly basis on a half an acre. So this is an equivalent, obviously, of 20,000 knockout SWD. This would be the very high end of our rate range. This was only a couple of weeks. It was late summer, early fall, an N of 1. What the team down here, Dr. Nottingham's team did was they collected 50 blueberries on 2 different collections, and then they counted the SWD that were in the treated versus untreated. So the green bars are the untreated. The orangish bar has the knockout SWD, the number of SWD per 50 blueberries that were collected. So, I mean, these are phenomenal results. Even as a commercial person, I'm not going to position this type of control, but it's an N of 1. The technology will work. SIT works, and that's one of the things I try to share versus other biologicals. It does become a numbers game, is what it becomes, because SIT will work. But this is what we got from Dr. Nottingham. And then this is another trial that we were able to get all the way through. This is Dr. Juliana Wilson. She's the tree fruit specialist at Michigan State University. This one's a little bit different. We had a center point release right there where that little white dot is inside the purple circle there. And then she took collections at 25 meters, between 25 and 50 meters, and about 100 meters out. And basically what you see, and we did this on a weekly release, the math here actually comes to the lower end of the release rate range that we would have, okay? But when you look at this, basically the inner circle at 25 meters, or call it about 75-ish feet, we're in that mid 90 percentile range. We do have a stair step down in that midpoint range. And then actually the 100 meters would be beyond what our currently proposed label is from a distance in terms of coverage of a release box. We've got about 295 feet. So we use the 100 meter as really our control point. But it was nice to see this stair step. We have some additional trials like this that we're going to follow up this year as well to look for information on. So where are we at? Where are we going? I'm just going to focus on 2026. A lot of this work here has been what I mentioned earlier, with Jana supporting us with residue work, with some of the feeding trials. All of that was mission critical for data to go into our regulatory dossier. Right now, one of those 4 companies of the insectaries, we currently have USDA approved and they're rearing our knockout SWD. We have 2 of those that have submitted permits to the USDA. My hope and plan is that in the next 30 days, we'll have 2 more. So a total of 3 that we'll be able to start rearing. And what we're doing is we're going through the learning curve with them. And our plan is for all our trials this year, we'll be supplying them from our contract partner insectaries. We'll have backups from Agrigene. And then part of what I'm doing right now is to try to figure out how do we build up a planned program? What does the SKU look like? Who really wants to be an interested partner with us? And all of that planning, because in 2027, if everything would really line up well, March of 2027 is the date that we could have EPA and USDA approval. Will it happen in March of 27? I don't know. Will it happen sometime in 2027? I believe so. So the path that we're taking as a company, because again, we've got data, we're developing a plan and we're getting feedback, is we're going to have what we're going to call a really small commercial release group. We're going to call it the First Flight Club. Our current plan is about 150 farmers across the US. And I think I have a slide here next. If you are interested in learning more and being one of those farmers, it's really going to be a small group where we can kind of do a white glove treatment of the rollout, but also get some feedback of how the technology works before we really try to scale for larger acres in 2028. And that's really where we're at. This is, again, you can go to our website. There's a little tab there. All it's going to do is ask you about 4 little pieces of information. It's not signing you up for anything right now. It's just going to put you on a list so that as I move forward, hopefully here by end of Q3 to early Q4, that we can follow up with farmers that have expressed interest and then really kind of develop what that first flight 150-ish grower club would look like for 2027. So I'll kind of just pause right there. That's Agrigene. It's novel technology. Someone in the lunch asked me, why did I come to Agrigene? And like I mentioned, I'd worked about 18 years at Monsanto. A bunch of that was in crop protection. And I actually got introduced to Agrigene with a small group in St. Louis that was investing. We actually were one of those investors. And I was constantly getting stuff coming across my desk for investing in ag tech businesses. And I believe in what this can do. Now, we have a lot of work to do yet. And that's why we're out here trying to figure out and learn from farmers. So I do have business cards over there. Feel free to grab that. Feel free to go to our website, because what we have to do, like I mentioned earlier, I learned a lot this week up in Washington. I learned how it's a lot different than California. And those things are really important, because the last thing that we need to do is do a carte blanche approach. We got to understand how every market's a little bit different, how we can cater to it, and what the ROI is going to be for growers to look at the technology, adopt it, and lower infestations. So I'll kind of wrap up there and open it for questions.
Is there like a general kind of cost per acre treatment kind of target you guys are looking at in terms of?
Yep. I'm just going to, if I were at a big company, it's like, oh, you can't talk about this. Here's what we're thinking. We're looking at a planned program of about 12 weeks, delivery cost included, around that $350 to $450 an acre. But that's still TBD. That's where right now. And next question a lot of people ask is, well, what about insecticides? Okay. And our plan is, we don't want you to, we don't want anybody to go quote naked out there without their plan here. So there does have to be this consistent coordination of if you apply an insecticide, within 1 to 3 days afterward would be your next release of knockout SWD. Again, and I kind of mentioned it earlier, in Washington State, it was very eye-opening in terms of they are going out there pretty prophylactically about every 5 to 7 days, talking to growers, going to some plants. It seems like they're managing it. In California, there's a lot of yield still being left out in the field or not being marketed, probably to the tune of, I would say, 10, maybe 15%. So all those make differences in terms of the economics. So as I share that number, I get different responses, obviously, depending upon where you're at, how you're doing it, et cetera. But that's how we're thinking about it. I do think over time, there's going to be an opportunity to stretch out from 7 days to 10-ish days. And I do think you won't have to go every 5 or 7 days, but it's too much risk for us to be, as we're entering the market, to go with that. We got to learn a little bit more. Yep.
You talked about the different sectors. How are you guys going to approach acclimation and going into different areas? Because, if you put them out there and they don't take off or they're acclimated for California, have you guys discussed that and what is your plan?
Yeah, I think genetic diversity. So we're just starting to do some of that right now, is sourcing different genetics that could cover different geographies. But yeah, that's part of what we also have to look at. Right now our lines are predominantly Oregon-based genetics. We've got other genetics that we're starting to bring in right now, and that's going to be part of our lab experiments to see how they do at different temperatures, humidities, et cetera.
I guess kind of building off of that, because of how quick SWD spread worldwide since like 2009.
Yeah.
Do you see significant genetic diversity between populations in Oregon, Washington, California, or is that just behavioral?
I'm just going to be real open. That's where I would need our R&D lead here to answer that best. I couldn't even speculate. I couldn't. So far we've been pleased with what we've seen out of our current base. But one of the things we haven't done, as an example, and I know we're in Oregon right now, but like this next year, we're going to be testing in Florida and Georgia. We've predominantly been Oregon, Washington, Michigan. So we're going to find out some things. Yeah. Yep.
I think I asked you previously, is instead of doing a perimeter treatment, using it on the perimeter of the field.
Yeah.
Rather than necessarily covering the whole field. Are you looking at doing a trial like that by chance or not?
We need to. And that was a big area of discussion that we had with a group of growers 2 days ago.
Okay.
Exactly that. And I think that makes a lot of sense because we know that's where it's coming from, right?
Yeah.
So we were having that exact conversation. We actually have one trial right now lined up in Florida that's going to kind of look at that space a little bit. I think it's going to be very informative. So yeah, we were talking about borders, perimeters, and maybe like negligent neighbors,
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're talking about. The only other thing I would just say is, as we move forward, there will be some public comment periods. When we find out about those will be things where I'll probably reach out to Julie and say, hey, it's quality over quantity. But we'll share, hey, in X number of weeks, this will go public. And there might be some people out there that monitor those types of websites and might send in 1,000 or 2,000 form letters or whatever. So this is an area where we will reach out to Northwest Berry Foundation and say, hey, here's where we're at. If you guys are inclined to support and talk about you need more tools for your base and your growers, those are things that'll be happening in the next quarter or so of the calendar year that we would appreciate the opportunity to support us as well. Not an Agrigena commercial, but it's tools, needs, supporting farmers.
Any final questions?
So the biggest pushback would be the Gen X around is that you'd say public perception?
I think it's public perception. When you get into the details, it's unbelievable. So we didn't know even what to have as our active ingredient. the active ingredient on the label has so many zeros after the decimal point before you get to it, and it's the complex of the Cas9 guide RNA, and you actually can't detect it. But that's the active ingredient. So again, this is getting into the science piece. We were trying to have the active ingredient just be the supply. But right now we're having to go through the regulatory process as a pesticide because they don't have a process for, this is brand new technology, what we're doing. But it really comes down to if there's headlines, genetically modified, this, that, or the other, but there's no genetic transfer and there's no residue that's going to be found anywhere. Yeah, Tom.
Where does it fall under organic certification?
Yeah, great question. Don't know yet.
Okay.
Don't know. SIT is fine, but again, we're gene edited. So we don't know, and we've purposely not brought this up yet, like with the EPA, because they really need to kind of get down and dive deep. We need to get the product approved.
Yeah.
But every day, I mean, I'm traveling and talking to growers, I get this question because obviously value and more needs from an organic perspective. Gosh, I sure hope so. And I know the organic people also have shared with what they'll probably do, you know, with putting things along their borders.
Yeah, train those flies not to fly in the organic field.
Right.
Yeah.
But don't know yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess kind of along with that, if they're still laying eggs, does that mean berries can't put like a non-GMO label on? Because hypothetically, there are genetically modified STD eggs in the product.
There's no transfer of any material.
Right, but the egg itself is in the berry.
It's from the wild female, so it's unfertilized.
Oh, it's not fertilized.
Yeah. Yep. It's cool science. It's groundbreaking. So appreciate the time, the invitation, and grab my card, go to the website. If you have any interest, sign up for the First Flight Club and we'll follow up with you. And if it's not interest later, no big deal. Thank you very much.
That is a wrap for this workshop for the year. We have the pesticide sheets for those of you in person. They are out along the hallway tables if you didn't already sign in on those. But otherwise, I think that good luck with your season and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to make a quick shameful plug, but we are also doing biocontrol through ODA, and we are always looking for farms to allow us to release Japonica plots. So if you're interested in that,
Be in touch with me and I can circulate it. Yeah.
Grab your berry harvester calendars up while you're going out the door in the box there.